Hey, Coded, why was I medicaled out of the military in my 20s? Wanna have a guess?
Could it be your heart condition?
Yep.
Yeah. You see stories they're not that uncommon of athletes in their prime, even high school athletes dying of a heart attack.
Yeah. Because of an underlying undiagnosed medical condition.
Yep.
See the curtains hanging in the window in the evening on a Friday night. Little light is shining through the window, lets me know everything's alright. Summer breeze makes me feel fine, blowing through the jasmine in my mind. Summer breeze makes me feel fine, blowing through the jasmine in my mind. See the paper laying on the sidewalk, a little music from the house next door. So I walk on up to the doorstep, through the screen and across the floor. Summer breeze makes me feel fine, blowing through the jasmine in my mind. Summer breeze makes me feel fine, blowing through the jasmine in my mind. Sweet days of summer, the jasmine's in bloom. July is dressed up and playing her tune, and I come home from a hard day's work. The smile waiting in the kitchen, food cooking and the plates for two. Feel the arms that reach out to hold me in the evening when the day is through. Summer breeze makes me feel fine, blowing through the jasmine in my mind. Summer breeze makes me feel fine, blowing through the jasmine in my mind.
Good afternoon, NTFG/SFW listeners. Little post-event review. There we go. My monitor's working. Little post-event review today and a little analysis of the who, what, why, where, and when of what went down. So we'll take a peek at it. Methodologies are revealed. Recruitment strategies are revealed. We're going to take a look into how the Dan and the Simp Squad organize their attempts at fable spinning, attempts to massage past details, maybe cloud them up a little bit, try to make it more difficult for people to sort out. I mean, the goal at WNN, Dan and his Simp Squad, is to confuse of past events, past sayings, pick at details, and just try to make it difficult for people to figure out. There's two ways to keep people in the dark. Way number one is don't give them information. Give them as little as possible. Way number two, which is a lot more prevalent since the advent of the internet, is to dump information on people, an avalanche of it, so to speak, so that they get buried in it and they lose trying to figure the truth out, and they're more interested in extricating themselves from an avalanche of fucking bullshit. In the chat today, we have Scott Amo, who says, "Good afternoon, friends, coded and otherwise." So this is a past live event thing. What was the event? Yesterday's stream. Not yesterday's. And while we're broaching that, I'm pretty much, I said what I had to say to Uncle Artie. He's going to be a flare up here and there. He's like a sliver in the heel. It's annoying, but you can still walk. I think Artie has, personal problems he needs to address. And I don't think that antagonizing him or even engaging him, because he doesn't seem to be able to have a fucking rational conversation. He should work on that. He should focus on it, because he would come across as slightly more intelligent and definitely more understandable. Artie, work on finishing fucking sentences, please. A lot of good feedback on the minor incident with Trans Girl. Good feedback last night talking to Dog Detective and Shiz. It's refreshing to get other people's perspectives in a civil conversation. On the flip side of the coin, I've gotten a decent amount of feedback from people who are both younger than me and more in line with Shiz's age, and people who are my age that didn't see where anything I said would warrant being accused of attacking. I'm not discounting what Shiz and Dog Detective had to say last night. I understand their point of view. It seems, though, and this is some of the feedback from people who are in my generation, you're alienating people because of the words they use. And my age, my generation is willing to, almost on all fronts, push back against people who say, our group can use that word, but your group can't use that word. That's the kind of censorship and attempt to disempower speech and to limit the freedom of speech that there's a part of me that wants to just continue to use the words I've always used and use the terms I've always used and leave it up to others to understand my perspective, instead of me always having to understand the perspective of people who seem to want to rob me and others of our freedom of speech. Words have consequences. There are ramifications for what you say. Always. You can tell the straight up truth, but more often than not, when you're telling the truth, you do not get an objection to the truthfulness of the statement. You get more of a, it's not what you said, it's the way you said it. And that argument is ubiquitous almost in our current climate of conversation. It's also non-constructive and unimportant because anyone can object. Anyone can avoid the truthfulness of a statement and object to it because of the way it was said. I mean, anyone can say that. It's not what you said. I don't like the way you said it to me. You can try to say things, in a calm tone, easy delivery, and you'll still get the I don't like the way you said that. And if you do it in a polite, more civil way, what you find you get is instead of an objection to an aggressive way of speech, you get an objection that's more like, well, you're being sarcastic or you're being facetious, or you can always make the objection, I don't like the way you said what you said. I have very little concern over that, because for me, it's the truth in the statement that's the important part, not the way it was said. You can lie to me in a sweet tone, sugarcoat words. So what? You said it nicely. You still fucking lied to me. I'm not going to object on the way you said what you said. I'm going to object to the truth value of what you said. So, that being said, you got to temper your comprehension and your desire to comprehend the statement. And you got to try to get that to override your emotional Ken trigger. I like the way you said what you said. You got to get past that shit. You got to listen to what's being said. I've hammered it for quite some time. You have to listen to comprehend what's being said instead of listening for a little detail that you can pick apart and object to that and cloud the meaning and the understanding of the initial statement. So let's all try to do that or not do that. But, that's the track I'm tracking down. I'm more interested in the truth of things than how the truth is presented. Dearmid Costello wants to know what event. I believe we covered that. Dearmid Costello says, hey to Scott. Radius Hattis with the first NTFG SFW. Thank you, sir. Dearmid Costello says, is it Dan the Dictator or Mark the Dick Taker? Once again, I'd like to point out that Dearmid Costello is a little upset with me because when Dan harps on that I said I accused him of stolen valor, it was Dearmid Costello that said that, and he wants credit for it. So I'm giving him credit for it. At this point in time, I really don't much disagree with Dearmid, especially after the way Dan treated Frauditor Wrangler. We're going to go through what you fucking said, Dan. And this is probably going to be a 3-part because the initial conversation at Witch of Hearts channel ran about 3 hours and 40 minutes. So I'll break sensibly, but I'll break into, roughly 1 hour chunks and we'll go through the whole thing. So, Dearmid wants his credit. Give him his credit, Dan. He's the one that said it. I'm leaning toward his bold statement at this point in time, Dan, mostly because you're the one that put this shit out on the table. Nobody came and said you were with a guy in such and such a country and he got shot in the head and the brains got on your uniform. Nobody said. You're the one that offered up that piece of information. You're the one that said that. People want to know if it's true or not because it doesn't really seem to be a truthful statement. It seems very dramatic and theatrical. It doesn't seem genuine or honest. And I got a lot of military guys in my family, and I've played that clip for a couple of people, and they've all been like, nah, nobody who's been through that experience fucking talks that way. And Dan made the event about Dan. Dan had to wipe the brains off Dan's uniform. It's not about the guy who supposedly got killed. It's about Dan. So Dan put that out there. Why would you bring that up? Now Dan refuses to prove the statement out, show any kind of clarification, because out of respect for the individual who is deceased, for his family. If you were respecting the family, you wouldn't have brought it up in the fucking first place, and you wouldn't have made his death about you. So it's another virtue signaling dodge, so you don't have to take responsibility for what you said. No one needs the guy's name. No one. They just need some corroboration of your statement, Dan, because not only are you a proved, documented liar, but you continue to spin fables and tell lies on almost a daily basis. That's why people want proof of what you said in the past. McAddick says, Becca and her toys do the pegging. Radius Haddis. Both Dan and Mark enjoy taking dictation. I like that. That's a little more subtle than the last one. Radius Haddis says, in other news, Chili's case in Ironton was dismissed by the judge today. Chili never stops losing. I think everybody knew that case really had no merit to it. Hello Baby says, I'm the first like. Sweet. Thank you, Hello Baby. Hello Baby says, damn, y'all slipping. Dermot Costello, what if we don't like it? Don't eat it if you don't like it. It's, don't eat it if you don't like it. Radius Haddis says, hello Baby. Dermot Costello says, hi baby. Ms. Bird Hunter is with us with a morning/afternoon all. McAddick says, hey all. McAddick's hello baby with a hey to Radius Haddis. McAddick says, too many nose beers, Dan. I believe that was in response to the opening clip. Dermot Costello says, that does not sound like a heart attack. The heart attack may have been the end result, but the underlying issue, is bigger than a heart attack, according to, the way Dan related it. So. Hello Baby says, bad genetics. Could be the case. Probably is the case. It could be poor nutrition too, from what Dog Detective gave for information last night. So I would put it in the category undiagnosed underlying medical problem. I would lean more toward, that having been something from birth that, went undiscovered until there was a strenuous situation. Or it could be, as Dog Detective said, the product of bad nutrition. But, the whole military thing, they have the feeding people right down to a fucking science. So I'm still leaning toward a congenital defect that he had from birth and quite possibly the result of bad genetics. Dermot Costello says Seals and Crofts. Absolutely. Hello Baby says boat music. It is kind of boat music. I worry at times that Dan may have a little too much hot air blowing through the jasmine in his mind. Purple Rain says hello to all. Hello, baby's got a hey for Purple Rain. Radius Haddis with a hello for Purple Rain. Purple Rain back at Radius Haddis. And hello, baby. The Forgiven Jerry is with us with a buenos dias, amigos. Dearmid Costello, Lemon Squeezer. Nice callback, Dearmid. They were both the Lemon Squeezer thing, which we'll get into probably in part 2 or part 3 of this. The Lemon Squeezer thing is a reference to I was having a bit of fun with the millennials' lack of cultural knowledge. So the Lemon Squeezer is a reference in blues music that's pretty ubiquitous, culminating in the Led Zeppelin's Lemon Song. Summer Breeze was the other song I kind of quoted a little bit of the lyric of when I was telling, I believe Uncle Artie how to make a nice watermelon lemonade, pour in your own alcohol cocktail. And by the way, that watermelon lemonade recipe, you should fucking try it. You really should try it. My farm in Southeast Asia, I grow a field full of watermelons every year, and we have more fucking watermelon than we can eat. So a lot of it, we give away. But, one thing I love to do is just get the pulp out of the watermelon and put it in that cheesecloth and just wind it down until it liquefies on the press through the cheesecloth, and then 50-50 mix that with some fresh squeezed lemonade or limeade. Fucking awesome. Scotto says yo to the Forgiven Jerry. Radius Haddis with a hello to Jerry. Purple Rain with a hi for Radius Haddis. Let me clip through this stuff. Purple Butterfly says, oh my, this is early. I like to save your stuff as the main event. I'm so sick of all the lies over there. There is a possibility I do an early evening broadcast on codedfriend.001. It will cover different material than the Witch of Hearts stream. Dearmid Costello says, what you use are words. It's up to a person how they want to take it. I lean toward that side. I'm starting to see some value in altering my speech. Shiz Happens says, it is the same since I had when TB went after my son. That's Turtle Boy. He was trying to affect me, but his words ended up negatively impacting many, many others. That's the part I'm trying to be more sensitive to, Shiz. And I thank you very much for not enlightening me to that, though you did kind of broaden my perspective on that, but also for reinforcing it in a positive way, not bitching at me. I greatly appreciate that. Dearmid Costello says, well, Turtle Boy is not really welcome here, if that helps. Yeah, we may do a little something on Turtle Boy down the road. Shiz says, I'm just saying the words you say, trying to affect one person could have a negative effect on many others who aren't even involved. I personally don't think it's worth it. I'm agreeing with you, Shiz. I'm definitely gravitating in that direction. Thank you to you. Dearmid Costello says, I still say he's a lying piece of shit. Dearmid, you could say that all day long. I don't think anyone has an objection to the phrase a lying piece of shit, unless the person is actually telling the truth, which we kind of know is not the case. Laura Rader says, lurking while working, so I won't be chatting. Plus, I'm about 8 minutes behind. Later, chatters and NTFG. Little heart. Dearmid Costello, I'm coming for you, Dad. I'm a fucking coming. Coded is not the one with people looking for you in Wales. I fucking am. On the way back from Hong Kong, I'm probably going to meet up with Diarmid, and we may wander around together. That will be fun, bro. Diarmid Costello says, come back at 45 minutes, Laura. Diarmid Costello. Even Shuggy said he does not believe him. I don't know if he said he doesn't believe him as much as Shuggy said he was unable to verify the truth of that story, or hadn't yet verified it. McAddick says, find him, Diarmid. Diarmid says, I fucking will. There is a few visitors in a little village in mid-Wales of 3,000 people. Seeing if they can see someone. Sarcastic. Hello, Priestess says, hey, y'all. Diarmid Costello says, hi to Priestess. Radius Hattis with a hello to Priestess. Priestess with a hello to good day to Diarmid Costello. And Alan Killian says, started early today. Yes, I did. It looks like you did too. You're here. Alan Killian guesses Seals and Croft and is absolutely correct. Diarmid Costello says, we can go to Porky's. Diarmid, I would love nothing better than to get a pulled pork sandwich at Porky's with you. We'll get photographs. We'll prove we were there. Shiz Happens says he's 45 minutes behind in the chat. Wrong, girl. I just read that right when it popped up. Sweet. And hello, Priestess with a hello to Radius Hattis. Let's get into the meat of the matter.
On at once because I'm only going to be letting a few people up here. So if you're going to be backstage,
instead, because that's far more interesting. No, that's not what she said.
You really want to start your shit right now? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. We'll talk about it later. It's fine. I am, of course, teasing.
Colin.
Just for the record, I do have DMs from this. Was all kicked off by Witch of Heart the day before this stream had DM'd me in Discord, and was demanding I make an apology to her. And I had a fairly long runaround conversation with her. I wasn't really being super serious about it, but I had questioned her relationship with Mark, the sarcastic, failed law student, 7 years in the failing. Witch of Heart says the relationship between her and Mark is a joke. I don't think Mark sees it that way, which maybe you should tell him the truth.
All right. So
Hey,
yes,
Colin.
for anybody who wants to talk about anything, and also,
so you have a support the grift crawl at the bottom of the screen, and then a PayPal to send money to Witch of Heart, because there was a little attic fire in a house she doesn't own, so she needs your money. Why?
is another thing. Like, this may make me sound kind of like, I don't know, controlling, but it's my channel and my panel, so yeah. Just don't point. Wait, don't point. Okay, you mean that way?
We've already done that.
I kind of want to stick to the particular subject that we're talking about. Like, I don't want to kind of go off on crazy tangents and, other things that have nothing to do with what is being discussed. So, yeah, and if you guys just want to bitch about somebody or something that's going on, I'm going to say right now that the views of the panel do not reflect the views of the channel owner or the channel co-owner.
Mhm.
Oh, thanks, Peter.
Unless they happen to be our views,
So
in which case.
unless they happen to be our views. And again, no racist, homophobic, xenophobic comments. And try to be nice to each other in the chat.
Absolutely,
And
Peter. Absolutely.
yeah, that's pretty much it. So
No.
we'll save that. We'll save that for the end.
I'm teasing.
Oh,
Got Colin's also.
yes, we could definitely have a dad joke off. We'll have like little breaks. We'll have like little.
Oh,
like,
we need
breaks
lemon
instead of, like,
tart in
little
here.
dad off breaks.
The dad joke off thing never happened. I think I threw a spanner in the works over there. I think when they were taunting me and trying to get me to come up, I think they didn't think I actually would. But I did. And their format went to the wind. Definitely, Diarmid Costello says, watch Witch's expressions. Yeah, body language communicates a lot. So there's this whole rigmarole, and we're going to go through a little more of it on, be nice, don't be offensive, no xenophobic, no homophobic, no transphobic comments. So we'll see if they can stick to that or not.
We need Brandon.
Yeah, but we should also have lemon tart because she does the dad jokes.
It does. So I'm going to post the link. Everybody calm down. Don't all click it on at once because I'm only going to be letting a few people up here. So if you're going to be backstage, prepare to be backstage for a little bit. All right. Just saying.
And we could do them in slots, like air traffic control style.
Well, yeah.
I mean, I do have my air traffic control headset on. So. Speedbit 569, you're clear for land runway 24 left.
That is totally all right, Peter. That's totally all right. I have absolutely no issues with that. AYB!
So you got to be nice and all that shit. But Peter Vandervliet, who used to be a listener over here, wants to know if it's okay to do the FYC in the chat, which is fuck you, Chili, or in this case, fuck you, Coded, or it's a reference to how much they like the 90s group Fine Young Cannibals. She drives me crazy.
How are you, dear? Thanks for coming in. And oh my goodness, all my friends are here. I'm so happy. Oh, and for some reason, it shows up as my other YouTube account. I don't know why, but Real Queen of Dragons, if you guys don't know, that's me. It's not a stock account. It's actually
I would never have guessed.
Shut up.
Oh, echo.
Am I echoing? Thank you.
Yes, darling. You pushed it.
Tell me when I do that. So, where did I put
Yes, because you can't hear it.
I can't hear it. It's very annoying. Wait, where did I put the... Oh, that's why. Wait, why is my comment not showing up in the fucking side chat?
Two guys walked into a bar. The third one ducked. Did you hear about the? Did you hear about the half a dozen Germans that walked into a bar?
No.
They all died instantly.
See, that would be xenophobic, right? That's a xenophobic joke. And Pussy Boy Mark, the little wimp that he is, that's a joke about Nazi soldiers. It's not a joke about Germans. But Mark won't say that word because, words are dangerous for him. But there's your first xenophobic comment about Germans being killed in a bar.
That's an all-time joke.
I was like, can you open up YouTube and see if you can see that comment in the side chat? The StreamYard link in the side chat? Because I wanted to pin it, but I don't see.
All right, stand by.
I don't see it.
Well, if not, I'll put it in the side chat and
Oh, okay, yeah,
No,
do that
pin it.
then.
Good God, these guys are a fucking bore fest.
right, hang on, let me just
Why did the student get upset when their teacher called them average? It was a mean thing to say. Oh shit!
you might need
Look
to
who's
change it
here.
to live chat.
I did change it to live chat. Guess we know it's pinned, Shuggy.
Wait, where's Shuggy?
Oh, right
Oh,
here.
there's
I
Shuggy.
just highlighted.
Shuggy, old chap.
Shaggy old chap. Jolly good.
We can repo Mark now that his address is on file. He screwed up and used my address to get used one of his addresses for the 23 loans he took out in my name. No. I only. All right. I took out more than 23 loans. All right. There's 23 cars. Those are just the cars. We've also got the submarine and the 2 Spitfires. Now, one of the cars I bought outright with Dan's cash. That was the Ferrari. The Bentley is,
You know what?
I
Hold
think.
on.
No, the Bentley's not the most recent one. Anyway, I can't see it, darling. So I'm going to put.
Don't worry. I got it. I just did it. Boom.
Yes,
It is
yes,
not pinned.
it's there. All right.
All
Okay.
So yes, to talk about the crazy drama and maybe just do a bitch fest, because a lot of people are afraid. Well, okay, wait, no, I shouldn't say that. I don't want to speak for everybody, but I can assume that some people are worried or afraid of speaking their minds about certain people or.
I brought the bloody car back this morning. You want it?
Oh, yeah, it's getting there, Lil. Thank you. It's definitely getting there.
Mhm.
Is it? Our first guest. Colin, definitely not Cromwell.
Colin is here.
Unmute yourself, though, honey. There you go.
Still trying to figure out how this works.
Oh, that's right. You're not normally up here, are you?
I'm not. I only started my channel a month ago, so this is still
So you
really
have a
weird for
channel
me.
now?
I do.
Oh,
I
Yes,
do.
yes, he does.
This is how out of the
In
loop
fact-
I've been, because
I think he had his first live stream the other day, didn't you, Colin?
I had my 1K sub the other day. Yeah.
after a month, you've already gotten 1K.
Yeah.
Okay.
I am lucky enough to have been around YouTube for a few years, and I know a lot of great people like you two. So all I did was said, "Hey, can you just announce my channel?" And they all did. So
Well, we definitely have to post the link. Post your link in the side chat, and then I'll put it in the. Wait, unless. Oh wait, you don't.
yeah, I can't post my link. I'm not a mod.
Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, put it in the private chat and we'll stick it in for you.
Yeah. If only this was easy. It takes me like 10 minutes to find my own link.
Oh, and my favorite pool boy is here too.
Hi, everybody.
Are you driving?
Hey, Wolves.
No, I'm not driving. Actually, I'm going to be picking up the load tonight.
Okay, good. As long as you're not streaming and driving. Although I have done that, so I can't really say otherwise.
Okay, Chili.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah,
Oh,
you're
and
fine.
we got another one.
Okay.
Oh, and last but certainly not least, Mr. NCR.
Hello.
Okay, so introduced here, Colin, definitely not Cromwell, Warloss, and NCR. New voices in the game. Dan's been recruiting.
Good evening.
Hello.
gentlemen.
What's
All right.
going on here then?
Your Holiness, you're going to have to wait, so just chill there for a bit.
Oh, I can leave. I don't need to be up here because I don't.
Leave, Colin?
Yeah, I'm not a part of any of this drama. I'm not gonna
See, that's the
partake
thing,
in
you
it.
don't
So
have to be, you don't have to be a part of it.
Darling, you're echoing again.
Thank you.
I'm not echoing. Oh, you're talking to the
I
other
was
guy.
echoing.
Yes.
His
I'm
actual darling.
Oh yeah. See, he calls me that in our private chats. I didn't realize.
Oh,
he called me
my.
that when we're live.
Homophobic references. No.
just to tell everybody that.
Well,
Well, they all know
discussion
now.
about that later. There he is.
Yeah, sorry, I couldn't get access to my
Yeah.
other thing. But in case y'all missed it, Welsh the bastard.
All right, pay attention to the details here, because now we're gonna talk about. This is a new voice in the equation. This is the first time I've seen this guy. War Loot is his name. He's going to talk about how Dan was throwing money around in his sister's YouTube live stream, and that enticed War Loot to do things he would not have done without the contribution of money. It's weird because it almost seems like Dan is always on the hunt for people who are buyable, i.e., well, shave your eyebrows, I'll give you a super chat, that kind of shit. Compromise yourself for money. Show me you're willing to dance, monkey. Show me you're willing to dance, monkey.
All right, you're gonna have to be more specific. So is this Welsh news? Again, I'm not part of this. That's why I said I shouldn't be up here. So you're talking about Welsh news? Is that Welsh the bastard?
Yes, the sadistic fuck.
Yeah.
What
Got
are
me
you
when I
trying
was-
to say now? What?
Just give it
What? What's going on here? What
The
is it?
sadistic fuck was throwing money around like it was cool. And I was drunk as shit. And I'm a whore.
Yes, I know.
he's talking about your stream the other night. I didn't tell you about that.
So Dan's being referenced as a sadistic person, which, you know, I'd fucking agree with. He does enjoy other people's pain. And Warloot is acknowledging that he's a whore when it comes to money. So these are the kind of people Dan looks to recruit. They got their money, they did their foolish shit, and now they're going to participate in an attempt to rework the narrative of the Tro-Patrol fallout. They're going to shit talk Fraudit Wrangler and Falcax a little bit, and they're going to try to cloud up, muddy up, rework the narrative of Dan claiming to have a FBI contact, which Dan's exact words. Chili's, he was listing the kidnapping, child endangerment shit, and Shuggy said allegedly. Dan said, fuck allegedly. They got him dead bang to rights. Was Chili ever charged or arrested? No. And Dan said, we got this from our contact, or our contact is the FBI. So Dan, you're claiming that you have a contact at the FBI. If the FBI is your contact, you have a person. You don't have, the whole FBI didn't get together in unison and chorally sing to you. You're dealing with an individual. So you said your contact is the FBI, which means you have an individual contact at the FBI. You try to word things so you can sneak away from what you said, crawl in a crack and hide from it when it gets illuminated by the light. You said you had a contact at the FBI. You said the FBI was your contact for that information, that they had Chili dead bang to rights. You're a fable spinner, Dan. You're a fucking liar.
No.
I've heard about this,
Oh.
and that's fucking hilarious.
Wait, your
Oh.
stream? Wars? Whose stream?
It was on my sister's face, or it was on my
Have you,
sister's YouTube.
Have you caught up with Alan?
No,
Alan?
and I don't want
Oh
to.
God, what did Alan do?
No,
Alan
no.
messaged me afterwards. He's like, "What chat is Warsloot in?" I'm like,
No.
don't know. He's
I
like, I
was
want to know
asleep.
what chat he's in so I can go and see him. Like, you know.
No.
Yeah, McAddix puts in the chat. He claimed he called the FBI agent in London. Yes, he absolutely did. That would be the contact. That would be one of potential contacts, but he definitely said he called the London embassy and he talked to an agent in the embassy. So, Dan, to prove that, all you have to do, that was what, around Jan 20? All you have to do is pull up your call registry from your phone and show that on that day or in the vicinity of that day, you made a call to the fucking London embassy. You don't have to give anyone's name. You just have to show that you made a call to the London embassy. You did. Why won't you show that? That doesn't expose anyone. That doesn't reveal anything. All you have to do is come up with the part of your call registry that shows the number for the London embassy. It'll at least prove you called the embassy where you say the FBI agent was. But you won't do that because your story is a fucking fable.
Apparently, you
no.
made quite the impression, old chap.
Yes, because I was drunk as hell.
It wasn't just because you were drunk. Apparently, he saw a side of you that not many people have seen.
No, not many people have seen it at all because I was legitimately, believe it or not, I was drunk. I wasn't obliterated like where I didn't remember anything that happened, but I was drunk enough to where.
What happened? Shit. Check. Give me 5x5 if you can hear me. Yeah, locked up. Shit. Hang tight. I gotta refresh this. I'll be right back.
Somebody else gets doxxed. And down. And this is just my viewpoint. It's just my viewpoint. I think it happened when Wrangler became a lot more prominent.
When you say Wrangler, do you mean Frauditor Wrangler?
I mean Frauditor Wrangler.
Okay, I don't.
Technician put in bloody duct tape on the engine.
But drunk enough to not care. So things got wild. Things were said.
Welsh news? Is that Welsh the bastard?
Yes, the sadistic fuck.
Yeah.
Got me when I was
trying to say now? What's going on here?
The sadistic fuck was throwing money around like it was cool, and I was drunk as shit, and I'm a whore.
Yes,
he's talking about your stream the other night. I didn't tell you about that.
No.
I've heard about this, and that's fucking hilarious.
Wait, your stream wars? Whose stream?
It was on my sister's face, or it was on my sister's YouTube.
Have you caught up with Alan?
No,
Alan?
and I don't want to.
Oh God, what did Alan do?
Alan messaged me afterwards. He's like, "What chat is Warsloot in?" I'm like,
No.
I want to know what chat he's in so I can go and see him. Like, you know.
No.
Apparently, you made quite the impression, old chap.
Yes, because I was drunk as hell,
It wasn't just because you were drunk. Apparently, he saw a side of you that not many people have seen.
No, not many people have seen it at all because I was legitimately, believe it or not, I was drunk. I wasn't obliterated like where I didn't remember anything that happened, but I was drunk enough to where I didn't care. But I
saw
was
some of the screenshots. Yeah.
exactly. But I was sober enough to know what I was doing. But drunk enough to not care. So things got wild. Things were said. Things were done. Obviously.
Oh shit, I did it again. I muted myself. It's all right because we got a little more explained here. The moral of the story for novices, new people on YouTube, if you run across Dan from Welsh News Network and he's in your live stream throwing, chump change super chats at you, don't do anything to compromise yourself. Don't get baited into it. Don't do goofy shit. Dan is a pariah and he preys on people who are intoxicated, high, taking drugs to throw you. Once he finds out you respond to the money throw, he'll then goad you into doing something where you compromise yourself. And then after you compromise yourself, you might find that you're on a peripheral underling stream of Danny Boy's little simp network, and you're spinning fables on his behalf, helping to cloud and confuse past events that motherfucker you say you have no knowledge of and you weren't around for. So all you're doing now is explaining how you got in the position you're in where you have to now simp for Dan because of a little bit of chump change money and you intoxicated acting like a fucking clown.
You're gonna need to post your sister's YouTube in the private chat so I can take a look at this for myself. Just saying.
Hold on, let me see if I can find it.
While he's doing that, I want to address something that Judy asked. Yes, this is the half-naked, well, fully naked Burt Reynolds. I gotta show respect to Florida Man's King.
That is true. Yeah.
So guess I need to play a little bit of catch up since, like I said, I haven't really been around much. And
oh, this was only a couple days ago, so
no, not that part. But I will definitely check that out.
It's in the private chat.
Okay, yeah, definitely gonna check that out. And
I haven't even seen it yet, so I'm gonna open it for later. Right?
Yeah, definitely open it for later. We'll watch it. We'll watch it together. So yeah, I'm trying to think. I don't want to go into full details, but I did have a discussion with somebody last night that not a lot of people here are fond of.
She's referencing the DM she sent me on Discord, which I responded to, and then we had a little bit of a back and forth. Which is really upset that I pointed out that, the homeowners, the actual homeowner's insurance policy probably doesn't cover her personal possessions. And if she's having the homeowner list her personal stuff as the homeowner's possessions, you're defrauding your fucking insurance carrier. I know people don't care and people don't have a problem with it, but this is why shit has gotten so expensive. because you got to pay for the people that fucking bullshit around and don't tell the fucking truth. You live in a house, you don't pay rent, according to you. The house isn't owned by you. One story, you say it's owned by your mother. Another story, you say it's owned by your aunt. It's a family house. You're not the fucking homeowner. Your name's not on the deed. It means you're responsible for insuring your own fucking possessions. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
And
Oh, and then in her fucking dopey revealing that all the insurance is covered and everything's good, and she fucked up her attempt to grift, to beg. Now she's got to run a little ticker on the bottom of the screen, and she can't really woe is me all the shit she lost in the fucking fire, because she's already announced to everyone that she's got insurance to cover. I'll get into more of that when we broach that topic.
Mm-hmm.
it's a lengthy discussion.
Oh, they fixed the boy? Shoki says they fixed the boy.
Oh, I didn't know the boy was broken.
Well, no, nor did we, and that's what we were having a discussion about. But yeah, apparently it was. So yeah, jolly good show.
Jolly good show.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Actually, hold up. Talk amongst yourselves for Mark. Take it. I'll be right back. 2 seconds.
Okay, so welcome to Mark, a sarcastic law student after dark.
You're still not very sarcastic. in
Feel
your
free
way
to
of
play
English.
any clips
The
of me without a shirt.
the in-flight entertainment will be provided by our chief air hostess, Warzoo. If we get into any difficulties during the flight, just scream, and it'll probably help lift us a bit higher.
Just scream and it'll end faster. They like it that way.
I will nosedive the aircraft down towards the ocean so we can get down to oxygen quicker.
I have a grievance I would like to bring up with the chat and the panel. How come there's a lack of goth girls in the green room?
Look.
Listen,
I
that's
don't
because of the
know a lot
rumor.
of goth girls.
There's a lack of goth girls in the green room.
Because
I don't know what kind of panel that I came up on, but this is weird.
Oh, this
I
Yes,
feel like it's just
um,
going to get weirder. I feel like it's just going to get weirder, Colin.
Yes,
So-
or jump out. Shuggy has the parachute, so you'll have to see him. Yeah.
And there's a 25% chance that the parachute will actually work. So
Oh no, it's not that bloody good. What do you think? We're made of money? We buy the cheap parachutes.
We get them from Wish.com.
Weren't you just bragging about how much money of Dan's you have and all the fucking cars and the... 1 minute you're rich, access to wealth. The next minute you're poor. This is an assemblage of dorks. There's no doubt about the fact that this is an assembly of dorks.
no, it's that those little army.
You're lucky if
the
you've
little,
got the plane that doesn't have a fucking hole in the side of it. You know?
I was thinking about the little toy soldiers, those little paper parachutes that they have. So one of those.
No, we're not quite that cheap. You know, we've
Look, man,
upgraded a little bit.
I'm
made
just
of
trying to
cloth.
maintain these planes the best I can with chicken wire and egg crate.
duct tape.
You think this man's going to give me duct tape money?
Yeah, I was gonna say
no.
duct tape isn't cheap.
100 mile an hour tape will last at 1,000 miles an hour, right?
Oh, sure.
I'm just using Elmer's glue to stick it together.
Anyway, I'm sorry, we've devolved so
Well,
quickly.
now you've come to mention it. There is actually a type of tape that they do use on aircraft. It's not just regular duct tape as the memes would have you believe, but that's beside the point.
Speaking of which,
So if you've seen the
Oh my God, this is some exciting shit. Don't put your head on a pillow here. You'll fall asleep for sure.
meme of an EasyJet technician putting bloody duct tape on the engine, don't panic. It's perfectly normal.
Okay. Now we're going into super geeky, nerdy stuff that I know nothing about. So we had
It's not geeky or nerdy. You're a fucking bunch of dorks. There's a difference. You obviously don't understand it. Diarmid Costello says Dan stole the money he raised for the charity he collected. Let's put an alleged in there. Has Dan ever shown receipts showing where the donation money, the money that gets you a raffle ticket, has Dan shown any receipts for the matching of the 30% he said he was going to cover? Has Dan shown any receipts at all that any monies was sent by Welsh News Network to these charities? He has not. But doesn't he daily mock Chili DeCastro for this shit? Doesn't he daily mock Reagan Benson for this shit? Yet Dan never shows receipts. So if you applied the same standard to Dan that you applied to Chili, that Dan applies to Chili, Dan should not have any qualm, problem, or objection to people saying, you steal the fucking money, Dan. You don't show any receipts. You don't prove anything. Just like you've been saying about Chili for fucking months. And yet Chili's more fucking transparent than Dan is. I hate to break that one to people. So if you think Chili's a grifter and you think Chili's stealing, why wouldn't you think that about Dan, who's never shown a fucking receipt for anything he says he's going to make a donation for? And Dan has a history in the past of pledging money, $40,000 to Lainey Hudson's mother and auntie, never materialized. $10,000 for a donation to charity if Chili was willing to fight Irish Demon. That didn't happen. Then Dan's backup plan was Dan and Irish Demon would have a 3-round exhibition boxing match, and Dan would donate $10K to charity. Dan has a history of promising and not coming through with money, and now he's running an illegal gambling scheme, a lottery. The raffle is a lottery. It's a game of chance. Buy a ticket, get a chance to win. That's gambling. It's under the cover of all the proceeds are going to go to this charity, that charity, whatever charity. Dan doesn't show any donations to charities. Odd.
Need to move on.
We also need to know not to buy tickets on Mark's airline.
Yes.
True.
So
Hey,
I
there's
guess
a reason they're so cheap.
I
That's all I can
guess
say.
I will fire the first shot, if you
Go
will.
for it.
First
Go
shot
for it.
across the bow.
Oh, well, that's Shuggy's domain, not mine.
So this
He's the
whole
Navy guy. I just fly the plane.
claim that everybody is being so tribal, right?
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Followed shortly thereafter by some of the
Well-
most tribal-like behavior I have ever seen.
Apparently,
Shuggy with the hashtag FYC. Not very nice, Shuggy. I thought you were a fucking gentleman. Turns out you're just another foul-mouthed dickhead like the rest of them. You just talk in a more even tone, that's all. See? Shuggy, you sound respectable when you talk. You sound like a level-headed person. But you say the same dopey shit that everyone else fucking says. See, in looking at what you say, Shuggy, I disregard completely the way you say it. I look at the truth value of the things you say. And you do the same thing everybody else on the fucking Simp Squad does, Shug. You do the same fucking thing. You make up lies to cloud the fucking details around the lies that fucking Dan told. And you do it politely. Big fucking deal. You still lie. You still ad hominem attack. You still do all the fucking bullshit, Shug. You know different. You just talk different. You say the same shit, though.
I'm very tribal.
Apparently, I am too.
So it really is, and like this phrase is so abused by so many
Don't
people.
panic.
this is really, in my opinion,
Germans are coming.
or
Marsh-
confession by projection, because
yeah.
they're saying you're being so tribal. You're being so tribal. I mean, here's the thing, right? If you are afraid to speak out against the people you're supporting, that's tribal.
If you're afraid to speak out against the people you're supporting, that's tribal. How many of these dumb fucks were all over Dogtective for revealing the truth about what Miss Mandy was doing behind the scenes? You guys can say this shit, but then your actions show that you don't believe the fucking words that come out of your mouths, because the very people you're sitting with were very harshly condemning Dogtective for revealing the fucking truth about Miss Mandy after Miss Mandy had multiple opportunities to just get away from the Frauditor Reaper situation, but instead chose to make up lies to help conceal Frauditor Reaper's guilt and her lies, while knowing that she sold out Frauditor Reaper. You guys, I'm glad you don't fucking like me, and I'm glad you stay the fuck away from me, because you're not really worth being around. You're a group of fucking simps. You're a group of fucking simps that are hoovering up fucking small dollar donations and trying to figure out how to fucking survive on it.
If you think that there will be serious repercussions or ramifications against you for speaking out against the people that you support, or having anything negative to say at all, whether it's ban, becoming their next target, anything of the sort, that's tribal. And the reason I bring this up, and not necessarily to say that Welsh is without sin, Welsh has some sins. Matter of fact, you can ask me, Verbo.
Oh, fuck, Dan. He's not going to be happy that you're saying Welsh had sins. According to Welsh, he's a boy who does no wrong.
And quite a few people that he surrounds himself with. Welsh, at least once a day, gets called out on his bullshit.
Welsh, at least once a day, gets called out on his bullshit. So this dude is group talking with Welsh every fucking day, and he is now verifying that Welsh gets called out on his bullshit on a daily basis. That's a lot of bullshit. That's a lot of fucking bullshit every day. See, you just revealed that if you're telling the truth and you talk to Dan on a daily basis and Dan gets called out for bullshit on a daily basis, you're communicating. What the listening audience should hear is Dan is a chronic bullshitter. He can't get through a day without bullshitting. He gets called out every day on his bullshit. You're trying to communicate something, but you're not communicating what you're trying to communicate. You're communicating, you just said it clear as day, Dan gets called out for bullshitting every day.
And
Oh, yeah.
challenged.
I've called him out.
So have I.
Do y'all have any fear of what's going to happen? Do you think he's going to
No.
expose you? And
No,
why do you
no.
feel like he's not going to expose you?
Because he doesn't mind when people call him out. He actually encourages it, because he doesn't mind if people say, "Bro," like when we were on live stream like last week, and he was talking about Wrangler and showed the Facebook pictures and Wrangler's daughter.
Yeah.
I'm like, bro, I'm not comfortable. Like, I don't like the fact that you just showed this picture of this child without blurring the face or whatever. And
So there you go. Dan doxes family members. Dan exposes people's minor children. Dan doesn't have a problem with it. Later in this broadcast, I called him out on it, and he acted as though the child, which he exposed, wasn't Wrangler's child. I don't care if it was or wasn't. You went to his Facebook page and you intentionally pulled pictures that included minor children, Dan, douche. And here your people, in an attempt to muddy the waters and cloud up what's happening, are revealing that you knew exactly what you were fucking doing, and people told you were wrong, and it still sits there in your fucking live stream, Dan.
He said something about he did that for a reason. I don't know what the reason is because I didn't see the second part of the video. But if I don't agree with something, I'll tell him that I don't agree with it, and I have told him both on panel and off panel, like in a voice chat. I've told him things I don't agree about, but he's a grown ass adult. He could do what he wants. But I also know that he's not going to be like, "Well, you're just being a bitch," and blah blah. No, like, yes.
I can show you a multitude of screenshots and audio from his shows. Tanny Super Necessary BS Detector being one, Texas Mama Bear being another one, Women Who Shiz is another one, women who asked Dan to show receipts, to show proof for his statements, and he told them to shut the fuck up and or told them to fuck off. The picture you're painting of Dan isn't fucking Dan, but you're revealing that Dan is a daily bullshitter and a fucking douchebag. You're revealing it. You guys talk too much. You talk too much. You talk too much.
Adulting. It's being a fucking adult.
It's called having a conversation.
So the question I have then, having said all that, is what is the standard that y'all would consider for being an ethical watchdog watcher?
Okay, so now they're going to define their standards for being ethical watchdog watchers. Pay attention to what their standards are, apply their standards to them, see if they just say or if they do what they say, because I don't see where they do what they say.
Knowing when you're wrong.
Okay.
And admitting that you're wrong. And
knowing when you're wrong, admitting that you're wrong, but you're sitting here making up stories about clouding the details and refusing to acknowledge that Dan should admit he's wrong for having said he had an FBI contact when he did not. The contact Dan's referring to is not a person from the FBI. It's a person that was shopping this story about chili, and multiple YouTube creators refused to fucking touch it. But Dan took the story and ran with it. And it's an individual who is known for having chili derangement syndrome, Dan's contact. It is not an FBI agent. Dan never called the FBI. Dan never called the FBI. All you have to do to prove me wrong, Dan, is show from that time period a call from your call registry to the embassy in London. You don't have it. You're a fucking liar.
apologizing that you're wrong and retract whatever you said or whatever claims that you made.
Did Becca apologize that she was wrong about her friend getting Chili's dog from the humane shelter, where Chili's dog never went to, because Chili's nephew picked up the dog on scene? We all watched it on video. Did Rebecca ever apologize for that error? No. Did she ever correct that error? No. No.
Because that is the one thing that frauditors do not do. In any and even when they don't, they will double down. Even worse, they will double down on what they say.
Take it from someone who is, a bit. Well, I mean, me and Witch are as well, but yes.
But yeah.
Can I ask a question?
Of course.
Again, I don't deserve to be on this panel because I do not follow what's going on. So
Shut up.
I haven't followed you. No, shut up.
All right. Goodbye.
No,
I'm teasing.
I know.
No.
I know.
You
See,
know what I mean.
there's the sarcasm that I told you that you don't have. It comes out every once in a while. I just gotta
That
pick
does,
and prod
does
you.
show itself from time to time.
So I'm just so naive in all of this, and because I don't care about it, like I said, I stay out of all the drama because I like to think of myself as just friends with everybody.
But
And I know
Colin,
people.
you
Oh, wait, hold on.
actually... Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
Because I'm friends with everybody on both sides of this. I'm not everybody because I don't know Welsh. I don't know Welsh news. I don't know him at all. So you guys are talking about him. I don't know him. Therefore,
Colin Not Cromwell is friends with everybody, but he doesn't know Dan. He's friends with everybody on both sides of this. I don't know this fucking guy. I hear good feedback about him, but I don't know this fucking guy. I've never talked to him. Then, aside from back months ago, he used to pop up on Irish Demons live streams, and Demon would call him out. I don't know the fucking guy. I don't know him at all.
cannot respond to anything you guys are talking about. But I do know people that I've seen talk about, this is what this person's saying, this is what this person's saying, and I ignore it because I'm friends with everybody. So what I want to know is what happened between you guys where this became one side against one side.
So I think
where was the split?
I think the split happened.
Kind of a question.
McAddix puts in the chat that Colin Not Cromwell trolled Chili. He did, in fact, troll Chili. The report that came back to me was Colin Not Cromwell stopped doing it because it bothered his conscience, because Chili really thought that Colin Not Cromwell was a friend. And it bothered, like Chili was contacting Colin almost on a daily basis. And it bothered Colin to the point where he didn't want to continue to deceive Chili. Yeah, I think that's kind of a quality mark for Colin's character. But again, I don't know the dude. He don't know me.
It is, but I think I can narrow it down. And this is just my viewpoint. It's just my viewpoint. I think it happened when Wrangler became a lot more prominent.
When you say Wrangler, do you mean Frauditor Wrangler?
I mean Frauditor Wrangler.
Okay, I don't.
So we're going to now discuss Witch of Hearts, Playboys in Crime, and the dissolution of that entity. And, you know, it's, of course, it's all Falcax and Wrangler's fault. Everything's always someone else's fault. It couldn't be the fact that you and Mark are a fucking bore fest and Wrangler and Falcax knew they would do better without you, which you can pretty much see. Go take a look at Wrangler's channel. I mean, he got rid of you guys, he disassociated, went his own way, and he did better for himself than he was doing with you guys. You can't blame the dude for that. And Wrangler, this is a money-making thing for him. It's a income stream. You got to make your choices, like a profitable business would make choices. You're dead weight, Witch. You and Mark are dead fucking weight, detrimental to growth. So you got pruned. Now you bitter about it.
And
I don't know them either.
When my other
this is-
channel,
it's a
Playboys in
female thing.
Crime, my co-host and partner Falcax left me and Jay and our channel to go to Wrangler and basically destroyed the channel. Then there's the whole thing about Welsh and
So Falcax leaving Playboys in Crime destroyed the channel. Maybe that shows you that Falcax was the talent there, and what was left when Falcax left was no talent. Because you don't have a lot of talent, Witch. You don't have a lot of talent. And you're not even a piece of eye candy. Talentless, and your cleavage can only get you so far.
the thing about Chile and the FBI. Hi, Becca. A lot of people were calling bullshit, and but for obvious reasons, Walsh can't really divulge in much details about it. But because he can't, there's been a whole bunch of different.
Welsh can't divulge details about it. Why? If it were true, if all the statements were true, what problems would you have? You made truthful statements. You can't divulge because you don't want to identify the source of the fucking lie that you ran with, because that exposes your contact to potential defamation charges. Defamation charges, which if you fucking guys keep up, you're going to get hit with it. If you keep lying the way you're fucking lying, somebody's going to get sick of you and somebody's going to file a fucking suit against you. It's only a matter of fucking time because you defame on a fucking daily basis. You're over saying fucking Reagan Benson is fucking killing homeless men to get their fucking money. It's fucking crazy. That's a hell of a fucking accusation. And it's 100% fucking crazy talk.
Speculations. Hi, Swag. But I think, and Wrangler and Valkax were starting to kind of like get to the line, go slightly past the line of being a watchdog community to basically doing illegal things. That's kind of where I feel like everything started. In my opinion, that's where I think everything started. And the fact that they don't take accountability, that I've never seen them. I personally have not seen them or heard them take accountability. And if they did, it was probably bullshit because they went right back to doing what they said they would stop doing.
So she never heard them take accountability, right? She never heard them take accountability. But if they did take accountability, it was bullshit. But you never heard them take accountability. So you just slapped the fucking insult in there with no proof. This is what you guys fucking do. You double talking bullshit. You never heard them take accountability. But if they did take accountability, it was bullshit. How could you make that decision that it was bullshit if you never fucking heard it? This is the fable spinning. This is the way you leak out lies.
Okay, so let me ask you this. Is it maybe a personal issue between a few people that turned public and things were just sought out against people that probably I'm asking. I don't know. Again, I don't know.
No.
I think it's a bit of both.
Yeah, I think so. I think for me, it was more personal on my end. It was for me. But I didn't really have problems with, well, wait, let me rephrase that. I didn't let the problems linger. Like, I'm still pissed off at Valkax for what happened, and he knows I still am. And then he still kind of did and said other things that basically increased my anger for him, but I will not say what it was on here. So it just keeps, it just doesn't, and maybe because I bitched about it like on a panel like twice since it's happened. And I'm sorry, but if it's something that he and I worked really hard on and had a great time doing, and then Wrangler comes along, Wrangler starts getting monetized, and then Valkax basically like, well, fuck you guys. Because he was doing the Troll Patrol Army. The Troll Patrol Army, that's what started it, I think.
It's not your fault that you were a fucking bore fest and your channel wasn't growing, and then Valkax paired up with Wrangler, left you behind, and they started to grow. You can't see where it was a smart move for Valkax to do, and where you're the fucking anchor he had to drag across fucking dry ground to get anywhere. It's always someone else's fault, Witch. It's not because you're a fucking bore fest. It's someone else's fault. They conspired to do something more profitable for themselves, which to be more profitable, which meant getting rid of you and Mark, the big-headed genetic failure.
Because then Falcax started taking some of that stuff into the Playboys and Crime channel. And Jay and I did not want to be associated with that anymore. So when we told Falcax about that, he just basically said, well, fine, then I'm gone. I'm leaving. Without any further discussion, without any, nothing. Just, okay, well, fuck you guys, then I'm gone. Like, all right, then well, fuck you too.
Well,
but that's my...
I didn't want to make an issue out of it, but McAddick says, is Mark claiming to be RAF, Royal Air Force? He did say he flies the planes. Didn't he say that? That big-headed motherfucker's too short to be a fucking pilot. Guarantee it. I think he did claim to fly planes. They're fucking amazing the way they just subtly drop that shit. So they build this fucking false clout for themselves. Why would you be going to law school if you were a RAF pilot? You could be making a fuck ton of money with any private airline flying and see the fucking world instead of being stuck in the genetic black hole of fucking whales. If your story's true, Mark, you don't make very good decisions at all. Because I've seen you comment on legal shit and you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Involvement in all of it. And then...
Yeah, yours is more pretty much along the Playboys and Crime side of it. Because
right,
right,
on the Playboy and the Crime side, but yet mine isn't as drawn out. Because I have not gone as far as Welsh has gone, whereas to expose certain people in the community, which honestly I don't necessarily agree with, especially with the motivation behind it. But
Ruh-roh. So the motivation behind Dan exposing people in the community wasn't to convey truth. Because who would disagree with the motivation to tell the truth? See, now you did it again. You're talking too fucking much, and you just revealed that Dan's motives weren't ethically or morally good, hence your disagreement with them. Which, did you just indicate that Dan doxes people vindictively? You just been bitching about how Falcax and Wrangler blew up Playboys and Crime by leaving, and now you're saying, Dan, you don't agree with Dan's motivation for exposing Wrangler. Was it vindictive? Was it to get you? Was it to get back at you? Was it because they had information or knew shit about the way the fucking simp network works? You didn't agree with Dan's motivation. Thank you, Witch.
Welsh knows. I've told him. And we're still fine. We're still friends. So, and I think because a lot of people, and I may just be going all over the place with this because it's just so much to unpack. So I'm trying to not go too far into a tangent.
Yeah, and I realize that I'm really late into this, but it's
no, you're
because
fine.
I've
bro.
stayed out of it as much as I have on purpose.
Yeah, no,
So-
and I totally get it. And even you asking questions and us explaining to you, that's still not you being involved in it. That's just you retaining knowledge from it.
Yeah, I'm just
but I think another big thing. Oh, the other big thing was when Welsh when Welsh News Network started going back the whole thing with the FBI and Chile. Kate from the Troll Mafia started to try to call him out on it, and because Kate has such a huge following, that's I think what started the. I guess I don't want to say hatred, but the doubting of Welsh and his claims, because
Messhole Troll Mafia didn't try to call Dan out on it. They exposed Dan as a fucking liar. They literally mocked the shit out of him and exposed him as a liar. And you're right. That's when people started to doubt what Dan had to say, because Dan is a demonstrated liar. apparently Dan's bullshit is so fucking abundant that Dan has to be called out on his bullshit on a daily basis. Isn't that what Warloot said just a few minutes ago? Dan is the one that's detrimental to Dan's credibility. It's not because other people did something. It's because Dan doesn't tell the fucking truth.
Welsh refuses to go into much detail about it, again, for obvious reasons.
Well, I don't know. I don't think it's that obvious to some people, but
If I may interject as well, I apologize, Mark. Do you want to go ahead first?
Yeah, I was just going to say that there is an informant involved. They do not work for the FBI, contrary to some claims that have been made. Dan has never claimed they work for the FBI.
No, but Dan claimed he had a contact, i.e., an information source, an informant at the FBI. This informant that you're talking about is a lie spinner who tried to shop this lie that Dan bought in on to other YouTube creators, and they didn't want to have shit to do with it. That's why you got called out at Masshole Troll Mafia. Your contact, Kate knows who your contact is, because your contact tried to shop the story to Masshole Troll Mafia before they tried to shop it to the Welsh News Network. That's why Dan got called out. Because Masshole knew who the fucking contact was.
But in order to protect their identity and protect them from come back from Chile and Chile's camp, it was actually me that suggested it, not to identify this person. And that's what we've stuck to.
So Mark is now inculcating himself in the inception of the lie. Mark was there from the beginning. It's Mark that gave the advice to protect the identity of the source so the credibility of the story could never be checked. Good job, Mark. Good job, because up until you said this, I didn't know you had anything to do with Dan's fucking FBI lie. But now here, you seem to be a fucking integral part in the FBI lie. Don't reveal the source, then nobody can fucking check the validity of the fucking source's story. Or find out anything about the source, who apparently was some fucking social worker associated to Tina Slay. And Tina Slay was waning in popularity and YouTube celebrity because it was all based on bad-mouthing Chile. So here Dan comes along and not only gets a clicks and views event, but gets a fucking noose around the neck of Tina because he bought Tina's lies. And now Dan can control Tina by saying, hey, look, I'll fucking expose you. I'll expose the contact. I'll show your friends make up lies. Good job, Mark. Fucking moron.
So I think that's really what people tend to have a problem with, is the fact that we won't say who the information came from.
And Mark was one of the people that was heavily involved with the communications between said individual and the team over at Welsh News Network, if you will. And I hate to say that it was Welsh News Network because it was a coalition of individuals.
Yeah, it wasn't just Dan. It wasn't just Dan. It was a whole group. It was a group of people.
It wasn't just Dan. It was a whole group of people responsible for the manufacture, the spinning of this fable, and the dissemination of it into the YouTube community. It was a whole network of people. Simp Squad. Simp Squad. And here, 1, 2, 3, you're looking at the 3 new initiates. Colin, not Cromwell, get the fuck out of there. Don't have shit to do with these people. They're going to fucking ruin you and throw you away when you're wrecked.
Some of them, I don't know whether or not they've been identified, whether or not they want to be identified as being a part of the group, but they got blown out of proportion. Okay, so to address your first question and then to address the Dan thing, I think the first, I guess, semi-stress fracture was when Blue Bacon was doxxed.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Because
That
it
was a big
caused
That
at
caused
one
it.
point Shiz, and I think
Now we're gonna weave into this the doxing of Blue Bacon. Blue Bacon didn't get doxed. All of the information Chili got was readily available online. The information about Blue Bacon's mom, dad, and sister were the result of a publicly posted "Where Are They Now" article about Michael Paratini, which listed his family members in it. It's all out there in public. That's why Michael Paratini was scrambling like a scared little fucking bitch the minute Chili said his name. Blue Bacon taunted, provoked, and challenged Chili to serve papers on him. And the minute Chili said Blue Bacon's real name, Michael Paratini went into fucking hiding and started telling fucking lie after lie after lie, and then got up under a fucking judge's robe to get protection from big bad Chili DeCastro. Michael Paratini, a U.S. military, active duty military guy, MP, military police, according to his account of his career, trained to kill, and he's afraid of Chili DeCastro? Oh, well. Oh, well. Seems like you're a little bit of a pussy, Michael Paratini, a little puss boy. You're trained to fucking kill, and you're afraid of Chili DeCastro. You were protecting your family. None of them got protection orders against Chili. Apparently, you were the only one that was fucking scared little rabbit cowering under a fucking judge's robe. Douche.
I don't want to say Kate.
Okay, by the way, you guys, keep bringing up other fucking people and throwing them under the fucking bus. It's beautiful. It's beautiful while you try to convolute this fucking story and make it confusing that people can't understand it, so they give up on trying to figure it out. It's good that you remind us who all the fucking players were in this bullshit.
But I know Shiz said at one point something along the lines of, and I'm not quoting her directly, that if you're a big content creator, you should be okay with your identity being exposed and everything about you being put on blast.
No.
Well,
She didn't say that?
no,
No,
not
I
that.
disagree with that.
No, he disagrees with the comment, not the fact that Shiz made the comment.
All right, can you? I'm sorry. I was responding to a message real quick. You said if you're a big content creator, you should be okay with your personal information being on blast. Was that
I
the
don't-
comment?
Well, paraphrasing, it may not be exactly what was said, but basically, maybe not okay with it, but expecting it, or don't
Yeah.
be surprised if it happens, kind of thing.
Right.
Yeah.
And I don't think the problem was that Blue's identity was revealed. He knew that was going to happen at some point. That was inevitable. What he had a problem with was that his family was getting threatened and harassed, and it was
Blue Bacon, it's not Blue Bacon that wasn't scared. The fuck you're bullshitting. He was scared shitless. He went into fucking hiding. He went on the plot hole. He went on Mass Hole Troll Mafia, and he started fucking lying to people. Then he had to get a fucking protection order from a fucking judge. His mommy didn't get a protection order. His daddy didn't get a protection order. His sister, who's a lot fucking tougher than he is, didn't get a fucking protection order. Only Blue Bacon got a protection order. You see, the family's in Vermont on the East Coast. Blue Bacon's on the West Coast. enough with the fucking lying. Blue Bacon wasn't trying to protect his family. If Blue Bacon wanted to protect his family, he shouldn't have been taunting Chili to begin with when all his public information was readily available on the internet. And Michael Paratini knew that someone had figured out Michael Paratini's name during the fucking Jeremy DeWitt shit. So Paratini knew he was findable. He just thought Chili was too stupid to find him. Looks like Chili and Chili's little network was a little smarter than Blue Bacon, because they scared Blue Bacon so fucking bad he had to hide under a fucking judge's robe after 3 days of fucking lying.
He was doing it to protect his family. Now, I also don't agree with just because somebody else gets doxxed. And okay, say you're okay with being doxxed. That doesn't mean that somebody else should be okay that they are getting doxxed. Not everybody has the same reaction to the same event. And nor should they. Like, nor should they.
Yeah, we're all
You can dox
individuals.
me all you
What-
want. I don't give a shit. Half the information you're going to find in me probably isn't true anyway. I don't even live where the fucking place says I live. Since, look it up. There's a fucking hole in the roof right now.
I agree with you that you dox a YouTuber because you don't like them. Don't dox their family.
No, that is stupid. That is stupid.
I don't think there's anyone out there that disagrees with that. The problem is what I see what Blue Bacon did is he actively called out Chili, who is a doxer. He goes out of his way to dox people that get in front of him, and he put himself in the line for that. And I'm not saying I don't know Blue Bacon at all, so I'm not saying he was right or wrong. I'm just saying what I believe is he asked for it, and then he was upset when it happened.
No. See, that's the thing. I don't think he was upset that it happened. He was upset that his family was getting involved.
Bullshit. He was scared out of his fucking mind when Chili found him. That's why he got a restraining order. His mom didn't get a restraining order. Daddy didn't get a restraining order. Big sister didn't get a restraining order. Only Blue Bacon got a restraining order. He's not worried about his family. He's worried about himself, and he was scared shitless. You fable fucking spinner. You're a liar.
Yeah, no, I get that.
And there were calls for action against him, where Chili was making statements about.
Yes, he was not only getting doxxed; he was getting threatened.
But he called out Chili though, and Chili.
Yeah, but he didn't
is
call out.
someone
He didn't threaten Chili with
He
violence.
didn't. But Chili. We all know who Chili is. He's gonna do whatever he can to make you hurt if you get in his way, and that's what Blue Bacon did for that short time. And he called him out, and Chili's like, "All right, well, this is what I can do." So I'm not saying. I don't know Blue Bacon. I'm not saying he was right or wrong. All I'm saying is, I think he brought it on himself because he put himself in front of someone who has no morals about doxing people. Like you don't just throw yourself in front of someone who has no moral compass on giving all of your information to the internet. I wouldn't do that.
No.
I do think that if you're on the internet, like we are right now, if people want to dox us, we're actively on the internet. Okay, like I don't care. I'll give you my whole name. I'll tell you anything you want to know about me. But don't. But when you challenge somebody who has a history of that, I think it's a little bit on them to understand what's coming.
So if I were to make a euphemism about what you're saying,
Okay.
then let me know if this is correct.
Yeah.
What you're basically saying is, don't get on the highway at 3 a.m. when no one's on the highway and be surprised when a car comes barreling down at you. You get hit, and then go, well, they should have gotten out the way. They should have seen the person in the highway.
I've got a lot of questions about your euphemism.
Your euphemism blows, dude. The moral of the story is don't taunt people to serve you, sue you, all the rest of that shit. If you're going to do that shit, when it happens, don't fucking scramble to hide and cry. No, you're going to get the military involved. You got to go talk to JAG, blah, blah, blah. You're a private eye with a private eye. You're the scaredest motherfucker I've seen in a long time, Blue. You're the most scared tough talker I've seen in ages. Blue faking.
Am I driving on my side of the highway?
No, no,
and you're
no,
driving
no.
on the other side of the
You
driveway?
you're on foot in the middle of the highway.
I'm on foot.
Yeah, in the highway. Nobody around. 3 a.m.
I'm walking on the highway. Okay.
Yeah, at 3 a.m.
Okay, walking on the highway at 3 a.m. All right.
And for whatever reason, you're putting yourself in that situation,
That's fine.
and all of a sudden a car comes up and hits you, and then you want to say that person should have seen me and swerved.
Which side of the euphemism are we talking about? Because
Blue Bacon's the person on the highway.
This is babbling fucking confusion. Hey, dipshit, if you're walking down the middle of the highway at night and you get hit by a car, it's your fucking fault. That's what Blue Bacon did. He thought he was in the dark. He thought Chili couldn't find him. He was walking down the highway, giving the finger to the semi-truck Chili that was chugging up the road. And then when Chili ran him the fuck down, Bacon started crying. Oh my God, he didn't swerve to not hit me. You're the one that was fucking begging him to hit you. Your euphemism fucking blows, dude. And you're showing by your euphemism how fucking wrong Blue Bacon actually was.
Chili is
Bacon-
the person
okay.
in the car.
all right, but I'm not actively standing in front of the car wanting it to hit me. That's what Blue Bacon was doing. In my opinion, again, that this is my
I don't
opinion.
know if that.
I see. I get it.
I mean, he did say, "Come and find me, Chili."
Yes.
And that was in the context. Yeah.
And we
things
know
we-
who,
we've
and we
got to
know
look
who
at the
Chili
context.
is, and we know he has no boundaries.
We know that now. I'm not sure that we knew that much at the start.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. Yeah, I might be thinking hindsight. Again, I'm
All
not
the
a
time,
part of.
but,
I'm literally not a part of this. So
No,
I'm
no,
just
you're
giving
fine.
my
Colin,
opinion.
you're totally fine. You're totally fine.
I just don't want to make anybody mad. I don't want anybody to hate me because
No,
I'm
no,
just
you're not
talking.
gonna make anybody mad. No,
You're
you're totally
good,
cool.
man. Like
Disappearing.
questions
Safe.
are encouraged. Free
Yes,
thought is
absolutely.
encouraged,
Absolutely.
and logic is encouraged. So the fact that you're thinking
All things that are non-existent in the Welsh Snooze network and the extended Simp network. All the things you just listed, non-fucking existent. If there was logic there, then you would be saying Blue Bacon was wrong for hiding like a little pussy after he taunted Chili. If logic and reason were being used, you would say Blacko was wrong and should have corrected herself and walked back her statement that her friend picked up Chili's dog from an animal shelter when we all saw the video where Chili's nephew picked up the dog. If logic and reason were being applied there, Dan would be admitting that he did not have a contact at the FBI and that his statement that the FBI got Chili dead banged to rights, not alleged, fuck alleged, got him dead banged to rights, was just a fucking blah blah that you put out to get people to fucking tune in to watch you. You're fable spinners. You're liars who lie for little amounts of money. Little amounts of money.
and asking questions, logical questions, and applying thought to this is encouraged.
Okay, I got a question for you, Warsley. Are you in a submarine right now?
No, I'm in a semi truck.
All right. Just okay.
It depends whether he follows the GPS or not.
Yeah, I
If
mean,
he follows the GPS, there is a good chance he will end up in a river.
Come
But
here. Come say hi. And this,
yes,
this is,
we've got a sweet dog there.
Oh, hi,
Yes.
Pearl.
What kind of dog is that? Oh,
So she-
and
Wait, shit.
no.
yeah, she,
I hit the wrong
she's a
button.
Labrador.
That's my bad. I did. The fuck? Stop hitting the buttons.
You put me backstage.
I'm not pushing
It was
buttons. You're
me.
pushing
I meant
buttons.
to hit the layout button.
No,
Sorry.
you're good. She's
Oh,
a
for the love of
Labrador. She's supposed to have husky in her, but nobody told her that. So
She's such a sweetie.
yeah,
She's such a sweetie.
she's my little riding partner.
Yeah. Oh, she's so cute.
But
But
anyway,
yeah,
to come back around, I guess, to the Dan thing as well. The argument that the camp over and I say camp because it really is tribal. The camp that's Masshole was saying is that they're trying to convey it as Welsh called the FBI as a reporter seeking information. Welsh, that was not the case.
That was not the case.
Welsh called the FBI as an informant.
Shiz, is that true? That's not fuck. This is a new addition to the fucking lie.
And also as a reporter to notify the FBI that this is what he was going public with and to clear that information prior to going public. At which point,
it's basically a I'm gonna say this and this and this.
Yeah.
Shiz just confirmed that Shiz was present at the Masshole Troll Mafia stream where they called out Dan for his bullshit. What this dude just said is not what happened at all.
What can I say?
You need to let me know if there is anything that you don't want included.
Right.
Yeah. At which point the FBI said, hold that thought. We're going to send you an email with things that we do not want you to mention because there is an ongoing investigation. An ongoing investigation could mean that they just are now hearing about this and they are trying to figure out whether there's even anything for them to look into.
No, dipshit. An ongoing investigation doesn't mean we just heard about it. An ongoing investigation means we heard about it in the past and we're currently investigating. No one at the FBI is investigating Chili. You're just fucking making up hypothetical potential lies to cover actual lies. Whoever the fuck is talking here, you should shut your fucking mouth.
It could mean that they were already fully aware of it and this is information they already knew and that they wanted to ensure the sanctity of that investigation. And an ongoing investigation could be anything in between.
Yeah.
So the thought that Welsh called as a reporter requesting comment from the FBI, not the case.
No, definitely.
I just have to say, it's kind of funny.
You know why it's not the case, dipshit? Because no one ever fucking said that. That's why it's not the case. You just made up that somebody said that. No one ever fucking said that. That's why it's not the case. You just added more cloud of fucking confusion to a pretty simple story. Dan said he had a contact at the FBI. Dan never had a fucking contact at the FBI. Dan's contact was a friend of Tina Slay who was a fucking social worker, not FBI. That's why they won't say who the fucking contact was, because they don't want you looking into the fucking contact. Maybe they do this shit on a regular basis, make shit up. That's why they don't want you to know who the fucking contact was. It was never anyone at the FBI. Dan's a fucking liar.
That they're mad about that when it's one of the most responsible things you do as somebody who's putting out a news story would do. You would check in to verify facts, and you don't
always reveal the sources,
and you don't want to give out the information that could be leading to an arrest or endanger an operative or an undercover cop, whatever.
Or
that
the
might
victim. There is
exactly.
Yeah, and
yeah. Oh, hey, Dan, we're the FBI. We're going to send you an email with a list of things that we don't want you to say. No one fucking does that. No one.
but then also if you have a problem with you're right, Rebel, they won't. You're right.
Good job, Rebel.
Mark, I'll be right back.
Fuck.
Yeah, but
God damn it.
We gave the last prize to.
Oh God.
I just revealed that Danny's gonna
What was I gonna say? Yes, and then there are some where
Kelly,
certain
quite possibly.
pieces of evidence cannot really be shown without full doxing. Say when someone's house caught on fire. I'm not sure.
Good. I need to back up a little bit here. Yeah, the reason why Witch of Heart, I already know your fucking name. I know the address of the fucking house. You're not going to dox yourself if you show fucking proof. I already know all that shit.
Billy
Yes.
was making
It was
statements
the death,
about
yes. He was
But he
not
giving-
only getting doxxed, he was getting threatened.
But he called out
Yeah.
Chili though, and Chili
Yeah, but he didn't
is
call
someone
out. He
who-
didn't threaten Chili with
He
violence.
didn't. But
Chili didn't threaten Blue with violence. Chili bluffed. I already gave your name to someone who's looking for you, because there are people from Michael Paratidis' past who he pissed off who were fucking looking for him. Most likely it was the dude that had the he still has one of his channels. It was the other guy that was in Police Tube or something like that, who was in competition with Blue Bacon at the time of the Jeremy DeWitt stuff. And those two were the ones that were getting the most amount of hits on coverage for it. I believe that's the guy that Chili was referring to. I doubt Chili ever gave Blue Bacon's information to him. The guy probably already fucking had it. You guys blow everything people do out of proportion just to pretend to be a victim to cover your fucking lies. Blue Bacon taunted Chili to find him. Chili found him. Blue Bacon ran and fucking hid. If Blue Bacon taunted me to find him, I would fucking show up at his house, because I know he would go probably fly to the East Coast and cower with his fucking mommy.
But Chili, we all know who Chili is. He's gonna do whatever he can to make you hurt if you get in his way, and that's what Blue Bacon did for that short time. And he called him out, and Chili's like, "All right, well, this is what I can do." So
Yeah.
I'm not saying, I don't know Blue Bacon. I'm not saying he was right or wrong. All I'm saying is, I think he brought it on himself because he put himself in front of someone who has no morals about doxing people. Like you don't just throw yourself in front of someone who has no moral compass on giving all of your information to the internet. I wouldn't do that.
No.
I do think that if you're on the internet, like we are right now, if people want to dox us, we're actively on the internet. Okay, like I don't care. I'll give you my whole name. I'll tell you anything you want to know about me. But don't. But when you challenge somebody
Really nice.
who has a history of that, I think it's a little bit on them to understand what's coming.
So if I were to make a euphemism about what you're saying,
Okay.
then let me know if this is
I
correct.
can't go through this again.
To hit the layout button.
No,
Sorry.
you're good. She's
Oh,
a
for the love of
Labrador. She's supposed to have husky in her, but
You're right, Rebel. They won't. You're right. That's absolutely right. So, yeah.
Oh, that's right where I fucked it up. Rebel said the FBI will never confirm or deny any investigation. And Witch is here agreeing with him. But that's what Dan said, that they put out a fucking bolo on him. That's confirming an investigation. That never happened. Dan said they had Chili dead banged to rights. That never fucking happened. There was no warrant issued for Chili. Chili was never charged. Chili was never arrested. Oh, and by the way, if you go to the FBI's website, the FBI is forbidden from giving information until after actual charges have been filed. Because to do so, charges being filed means the investigation is closed or coming to a close. They have the information they need to file certain charges. Charges are filed. They'll talk about that. Prior to the filing of charges, an FBI agent talking about what's going on with an investigation would fucking hamper the investigation.
By the way, tell your buddy Coda I said hi. Anyway.
I didn't even get to see what he said. Hold up.
Oh, just said the FBI.
Which you could say hi to me yourself, which you did before this when you sent me a fucking DM. Why are you being a fucking smartass? Tell your buddy Blecka I've seen her blue waffle pick with the fucking pink vibrator sticking out of it. Which?
I will never confirm or deny any investigation, which is true.
Yep. But
you're agreeing with that, Witch. You're agreeing with that statement while you're defending Dan for saying the FBI was giving him information about an investigation. It's like you just talk without fucking giving any consideration to what you just said fucking 2 minutes ago.
You can tell reporters there is an ongoing investigation, and they won't tell you what part of the portion you're reporting that they're investigating. They could not be investigating Chili. They could be investigating one of Chili's Goonies that was actually coordinating all this, and we have no idea that it was a Chili Goonie. That might be a small part of some kind of investigation that they're looking into. Hence, we don't, for all we...
The informant wasn't a Chili Goonie. It was a friend of fucking Tina Slay. Tina Slay, the queen of fucking lies in this part of fucking YouTube. The celebrity liar.
You know, we only have the narrative of the facts that we know.
Right.
And that's what Mark was able to assist that coalition of individuals with deciphering and figuring out and putting it all together and how to respond to it.
Hi, Unclean.
Yeah.
I already did, Rebel.
Yeah,
I already
Unclean.
did. Don't worry. I already did. What was I going to say? Yes, and then there are some where
Kelly,
certain
quite possibly.
pieces of evidence cannot really be shown without full doxing. Say when someone's house caught on fire. I'm not showing pictures of my house on fucking YouTube.
But yet you actually did. You showed a picture of the hole in the roof of the house. That would be a picture of the house. And then when you got called out by me on the fact that there was no burn mark, you said the hole was from where they put the ladder. Do you think they stood a ladder straight up and down on the fucking roof of your house? They intentionally punched a hole in the roof of the house to flood the attic where the fire was with water to put the fire out. Because fire works up, not down. So if you flood it from the top, you put it out quicker. So you showed pictures of your fucking house. And then when you got called out on the fact that it didn't look like there was any real fire damage there, you showed a picture of the side of the house where there was a little bit of singeing around the fucking window. You know what the fire looks like, Which it looks like a minor fire that probably could have been put out with a fire extinguisher. By you.
So, if you want, email me at witcherheart@gmail.com and I'll show you everything. Just saying. So you can call me a grifter, you can call me an e-bag, you can call me insurance fraud, even though it wasn't in my name because it wasn't my fucking house. I mean, it was, but it's not.
If you claim your personal possessions on the owner of that property's fucking insurance, you're committing fraud. You're not covered under the fucking policy. You're a renter who doesn't pay rent. You're not an owner. You're living under the owner's roof. You're not a minor. Therefore, you're responsible for your personal property.
I don't have the deed. I didn't own the house.
You resided there. You didn't own the property.
I resided there. I didn't own the actual property. So yeah, anybody who wants to say I'm insurance fraud are fucking morons.
No, you're not a moron if you say there's a hint of insurance fraud here because you just claimed you didn't own the fucking property. So why would you be covered under the property owner's insurance? That's what renter's insurance is about. You should have had your own fucking policy covering your own personal items. If you go and put your personal items on the insurance claim as though they were possessions of your auntie, you have in fact committed fraud. That's what fraud is.
Which
Again,
of insurance? No, no. Which of insurance fraud? And which of insurance fraud?
Insurance fraud? Yeah, which of insurance fraud? Yeah, or which of which of something else?
Which of e-bagging? The witch that likes to, from behind mark the sarcastic, failed hump boy law student. That which of that stuff? Which of weirdness? But which of e-bagging fits the best right now?
Which of burnt curtains or something like that? I don't fucking know.
Oh, Mark. By the way, how come you left that candle burning in the attic before you left the house?
Yeah, Mark. What the fuck?
Mark,
caused
as
the
your
electric
lawyer, I
shortage
advise
in
you
the
not to
attic
answer any questions that may incriminate you. And that's coming from
Look,
King of Florida.
I didn't leave it lit all weekend, okay? I lit it especially because Witch was coming home. We were going to have an evening in together.
Wow, wow.
He hides things in the attic.
So Mark thinks he has a real relationship with you, Witch. You might want to inform him that you're telling people behind the scenes that it's a fucking joke. Because Mark seems to think he has a real relationship with you. But you telling people behind the scenes, me particularly, that your relationship with him is a joke.
He needs to hide the smell of. So it was a scented candle. It's not his fault.
Unclean. I'm just imagine.
I gotta bounce, guys. I've got a premiere coming up in a half
Oh,
hour.
you got a premiere?
So,
Okay.
yeah, so
Everybody
I
go
don't.
follow Colin if you don't already. Go subscribe.
Yeah, but don't leave here to go see me. I'm not here to promote me. I'm here to ask questions because I'm always curious. But
well, hopefully we were able to help out a little bit.
yeah, I've got 1,000 more questions, and I'll just come to the next stream and ask more questions. But thanks for having me up, and you guys have a great night.
Thanks for coming up. Bye, God.
Yes, the candle was from Mark's Daily Praise the Jelly God.
Well, speaking of the Jelly God, we have the Pope himself.
All right, whoever said Pope Phil is almost as cringy as Jim Felcher, I got to tell you, he's fucking cringier than Jim Felcher. While conversing with Shiz, and I believe it might have been the first time he ever conversed with Shiz, he was calling her Jizz. So, Pope Phil, you might want to keep the misogyny shit down. You're a fucking liar. You lie for Dan. God knows why. You don't even get any money from him. And you got a creepy fucking voice, like, maybe you've done a little diddling on things that shouldn't have been diddled. Or maybe you just got a little tiny fucking nub of a dick and your body don't produce a lot of testosterone. But we're about to hear your fucking high, squeaky voice.
Good evening, Your Holiness.
All hail the Jelly God.
All hail the Jelly God.
All hail the Jelly
God. The great
God.
are good.
The great are good.
I'm sorry. I'm a devout worshiper of Lord Joshin, so.
Okay, so calm down there, frickin'. What was his name? The frickin' Akatsuki fucker.
He done.
Yeah. Hidon, calm down.
What the fuck are you talking about? Anyway,
Nerd shit.
Your Holiness, you're gonna have to unmute yourself. Figure out how to do that.
Yeah, you push the little button.
Mm-hmm.
Just give it a tap, tappy.
Yeah, just
which reminds me, don't forget to stroke and tickle my wife's like button until it vibrates and screams my name in a very, very sexy voice, and squirts Nutella all over Chili's door handle.
Hey, perv boy, your wife, the woman you continually refer to as your wife, says your relationship is a fucking joke. How much do you pay for the little webcam show? Joke boy? Mark the sarcastic joke boy?
That
Get
sound
out.
effect was new.
By the way,
Shiz, unmute yourself.
As a Welsh News Network certified actual investigative journalist, I'm just here to give my opinion.
Okay, go ahead.
You don't have to reveal sources as an investigative journalist because you don't put out information without solid evidence. So the hearsay goes out the window because it's up to you to prove the hearsay before you publicly state something.
Right. If you have a source giving you information, you still have to verify the information.
You know why
you're
I've never
giving.
been asked for a source? Because I had the documents. You don't need to know who led me to the documents if the documents are out. There's
Absolutely.
the facts. You don't need what led there.
Bingo. Bingo, bingo. And if you're going to say an anonymous source, this is YouTube. You could have put an icon up, altered their voice, and had them tell the fucking facts. Then you're not the fucking liar, Dan. But you wanted the spotlight.
Even then, that's fucking hearsay. It's complete hearsay. You cannot ever take someone's word for something. Research it. Find the information. Like, it's not that hard. But putting out a blatant lie about the feds is like, they act like no one was going to disprove that. And since they have publicly acknowledged and complimented my journalism, I felt it was my need to explain why journalists don't have to reveal their sources. Dummies. That, you know how Turtle Boy always says he's an award-winning journalist? I am now a Welsh News Network certified investigative journalist. So
congratulations. Do you get
I
free
am
coffee with that?
fucking honored. No, you get a broken laptop though.
Ah, cool. And then what? You send it to someone else when you're tired of dusting it? Your chance to win the thrice won broken laptop from Welsh News Network. Any super chat, PayPal, or any kind of donation in excess of $1 will grant you a raffle ticket to win the thrice won before broken laptop from Welsh News Network.
Do you know what actual journalists don't do? That shit. If you're
Right.
actually out here trying to investigate things, put out the truth, inform people, you're not worried about any of that shit. You're not bloviating. You're not stroking your own ego. You're there for the information and the truth. And I'm just not seeing that here. That's just my opinion as a Welsh News Network certified actual investigative journalist.
Thank you, Shiz. We appreciate your professionalism. Hello, baby says Mark looks like he's 46 years old. He's the young guy. I guess Witch says he's younger than she is. All right, video time.
the Nutella is completely edible and completely acceptable for you to eat.
Yes. Yes.
So is Dan's in the chat. Why don't you just ask him? He's right here.
Because he doesn't answer questions, Witch.
I wonder if
that's why.
All right, I got it figured out. Goddamn tech advantage.
Exactly. Later in the video, we're going to see Dan cower in the corner.
Didn't Texas Mama was it Texas Mama Bear that asked him a question and he told her to shut the fuck up?
Yep.
Like, why would people feel comfortable asking him questions?
Right. Didn't you ask him for receipts? And what did he tell you?
He said he would get them back to me and then ran and told everyone I'm a fucking idiot and made up a bunch of lies about me. So
because you wanted receipts.
Because I wanted receipts of public statements he was making to weaponize his followers to go after people with fallacies, which he's done several times.
He's still doing it. Not only
he's doing it to me now.
Right. He's still fucking doing it. He's a dickhead. All right, back to the video.
There you go.
Dan needs to get me better tech.
Yes, he does. In fact, you know what? I'm just going to sit here and roll another goddamn smoke because why the fuck not? And it's tobacco for you ask COVID.
He never answers.
Who cares? I would feel better if it was pot, bud.
I would too. It would explain why you're so fucking stupid, because tobacco doesn't make you dumb like you are. Maybe you're just naturally dumb. What the fuck is in that big head of yours, Mark? You got candy in there? What if I smack you in the side of the left side of the head? What'll come out? A little Pez? If I put actually probably sour candy. If I smack you in the right ear, sour candy would fall out your left ear. If I pushed your forehead back, I could probably pull a big giant piece of Pez out of your fucking neck area, you candy-headed motherfucker.
Well, a fallacy, I think An actual journalist is someone who is not easily disproven, someone who puts out facts and evidence. In
Right.
my case, it was because I worked for a news organization, but even if you're doing it online, as long as you're always coming with the truth, facts, and evidence, it's devoid of your emotional reaction, then yeah, you're a journalist. But putting out lies and then getting mad when people ask questions about your lies, that's not journalism, that's ego.
Actually, fallacy, the guitarist analogy is fucking beautiful. I can play a couple licks on guitar, but I ain't a fucking guitarist by any stretch of the imagination. But I can play Smoke
I
on the
dropped a
Water.
guitar once and it made a lovely sound, so I'm a guitarist now. It's fine.
It made a lovely sound when you dropped it. You're very
It went like,
talented.
doo-doo. Well, it rubbed up against something, so it sounded nice.
He won't answer.
Yeah.
Well,
How
that
are
sounds
you
like a
fine,
you problem,
folks?
Rebel.
Look,
He won't
honestly,
answer. That's a you problem. No,
yeah,
you guys are
as
standing
he said
behind his
before, you know,
information.
if-
He should be standing behind his information as well. That's not a you problem on the person asking questions. It's a you problem that you're all defending someone who is not open to answering questions.
Wow, now that you went through that whole thing, can I correct you a little bit?
Sure.
The he won't answer was reference to Rebel, because Rebel didn't comment back when they said Dan was
Oh.
in the chat.
I thought Rebel said he won't answer. I thought that's what she just read.
No, they were saying Rebel won't answer.
Oh.
That's all right, though. Your point is still valid.
Just misplaced. That's
You
fine.
take-
It's the story of my
right.
life.
what he says as gospel, or what I say, or what Witch says, or what, especially what
As
NCR
you're
says.
singing his gospel, guys.
Especially what NCR says. The only person who's
Pope
worthy to
Phil,
sing
you
his
can
gospel
kind of-
is this dude right
Yeah.
here.
Yes. Yes.
Pope Phil, you
Take
can
my
kind of get
word
away
as
with.
gospel.
But yeah, if you take it with anything less than a grain of salt, you're kind of asking for trouble. But you know, just when proof of it can be provided, it will be provided. If it can't, then it can't. You know, just
If you can't provide fucking proof of it, why the fuck are you disseminating it?
Do they realize like that's actionable? Chili could go after them for this fucking lie.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. he could.
Child trafficking, that is damaging as fuck on its
Right.
face.
Right. And now these dumb fucks are repeating the fucking story like it was true.
Smart.
Not very smart, seeing as how I think Chili already has. I know somebody in Chili's camp that has all of which of the e-bags contact information. So, you know, you might want to think about what you're fucking saying. Just a heads up, a little bit of a warning. I don't know what's going on, but I do know that there are people over there who know who you fucking are, Witch. So you might want to be careful about, you know, having proof about the things you say.
She's inconsequential though. At the end of the day, the root cause is Welsh News Network spreading these fallacies and these jelly brains running with it without evidence because they have misplaced trust.
Right, but if it was me, it's not me, but if it was me and I had Witch's contact information and I listened to what she said here, I would go after her just to scare the fucking shit out of the rest of them. I would.
Sorry, I'm playing basketball.
It's okay.
take it on the chin. Just
Oh, hold on a second. The Frog is here too. Frog, you know your camera's on, right? Before I bring you up. Coco. Oh, we get to see the Frog today. You need to unmute on your side, Frog.
Yeah, I know I've muted.
Cool.
So, sorry,
That's not frog. Those aren't frog legs. Get out of here. You get porn bombed.
Let's see your webbed feet. It's Frog's voice. I know Frog's voice by now. I've been watching him for like almost a fucking year. All right, Frog,
So-
did you go ahead?
when is this live stream? Is this the one that you came onto later?
Yeah, this is the Witch of Heart
Yeah.
stream. This is the build up
Right.
in the beginning because they did some, I think, some disservice to the truth about, you know, Falcax and Wrangler. They're just creating this illusion that they're the fucking good people and all this shit. I mean, Witch seems to still be upset today because Falcax left Playboys in Crime to pursue a better growth opportunity with Frauditor Wrangler, which if you look, all you have to do is look at the data now a couple months later. Falcax made a fucking wise choice.
Yeah. I'm going to mute, let you keep going.
Cool. If you want to
He just wants us all to see his legs.
That's
hot.
okay. That's okay. Shiz is enjoying the scenery. Here we go with the video.
Plenty of things that Dan has covered. Corrections, Fraud Wrangler. There's loads of subjects that have been covered that have had proof provided in the streams.
What is your
hidden in
burden of
some
proof,
bloody
though?
Discord somewhere, or
Hold on, wait a minute. What is the burden of proof there when all they did was do a background check site? They didn't pull the actual records for the crimes. They don't have the police narratives, the police reports, the court outcome. Like, what did they report on here? Because I still have people asking me questions about shit. So clearly it wasn't thoroughly reported.
Right.
All my evidence hidden in Discord. I did a whole live with it. What I didn't put out was the petty personal shit because I didn't want you mush brains to say this was a personal issue.
Right.
But the information is still publicly available. I hope to someday host a website and I'll just do articles about each of my videos and put all the evidence all together.
We can talk about that. I can probably get something set up that multiple YouTube platforms or creators can use as an info depository. That would, I think that would be kind of helpful to the community in general.
I just really miss writing. Eventually, when the kids go back to school and I can work full time again, I'll be on that.
Okay, cool. So let's say beginning of September, mid-September, I'll have a website set up. Think of, if there's something particular you want to name it, think of it. I'll come up with something short and easy to remember, and we'll get it named and we'll get it done. It's not that big a deal to do it. I'll pay for it. I don't have a problem.
Rub my poorness in my face. Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that.
Sometimes he calls me from the boat just to brag.
You're not supposed to talk about this shit. Yeah, I'll do it. But if you think I'm somehow insulting you, you can pay for half of it if you want to. I'll tell you what. We'll do an annual subscription. I'll pay for the website for 1 year up front, and then year 2, that'll give you a year to save money. Year 2, whatever you have saved up, you can kick in toward paying the year 2 fee, and I'll make up the difference.
All right. As a Welsh News Network certified actual investigative journalist, I will consider your proposal, my damn Wi-Fi.
You fucking dropped out again.
I know. I hate it.
Before I'll pay for the website for a couple of years, and then I'll give it to you to run with, because I'll probably lose interest after a while. But for the meantime, save your money to get a better internet connection and the gear you need. And I will literally have a fucking gold seal plaque made up for you that says Welsh News Network certified investigative journalist.
Oh my God, I'll hang it behind me.
And then if you're ever out in the field and someone you say, I'm press, and they say, where are your credentials? Boom, you can just pull out a little laminated copy of that placard.
Put behind a paywall. It's
All
there
right,
for you to see.
Okay, I'm only going to break this rule. I have reasons to break this rule. I know I only said 5, but, we have the
Well, in fairness, he
hold
wasn't
up.
here at the time.
Well, that's true. But we have the chief grifter himself,
Ooh.
Mr. Dan
yes.
Welsh News Network.
All hail the Jelly God.
All hail the. Oh,
The
hi, Dan.
greater good.
Okay, no, Dan. Damn. No. Where?
All right. So before we get too far into this, we're at 2 hours and 21 minutes on the total broadcast. We're at 49 minutes in the stream. I don't want to get this so long it's unmanageable. And I'd like to be able to index the 3 parts. So about an hour and 6 minutes, I'm going to stop the stream. So it'll be another 11, probably about another 15 minutes, which will probably take us about a half an hour to get through with the comments and shit. Especially now that the headliers here. Go ahead, Frog.
While you paused, and there sort of was means to my madness of showing my feet, because Dan says he has a mansion, says he has a private jet. He can show all of these things without doxing himself if he wants. I mean, am I doxing myself now?
No.
Can anyone work out where I am?
No.
Hang on. I'll even, you know, walk around. Do you know? I don't live in a mansion, but I live in,
Bro, you got a nice little pad, though. I like.
Carpets.
Frog just came in to slam his dick on the table real quick. Oh, you live in a mansion? Fucking show it.
I'm probably, I'm probably doxing myself with pictures and that over here, but I'm pretty small, so you probably can't. You probably can't tell. That's. I'm sort of.
No, I love the method behind the madness.
We can go upstairs, can't we?
Do you have a house or a flat?
I've got a house.
Nice.
This, I'm really proud of this. Actually, I do like this. You've got to see this. This is a mural in my kids' bathroom when they were kids.
Oh wow!
Did you paint that?
No, I didn't paint it. I paid to have it painted.
That's cool. That's nice.
That is sick.
And when I sort of upgraded my bathroom, which I did a bit, I wanted to keep the mural, so I covered it in acrylic so we could still have a shower in here.
Cool. Yeah.
That is sick.
Hold on.
That's about it. That's about it.
Don't say anything for a second.
Oh shit! I didn't make my bed.
This week I'll
be back in a sec.
This week on Lifestyles of the YouTube Rich and Famous, we're touring Frog's palatial mansion outside London. I don't know where Frog lives in England, but if
in the pond.
Well, if you're not inside London, you're outside London. So this is a tour of Frog's palatial mansion outside London. Frog's.
I just want him to show the private jet. That's all I want.
Frog's private jet or Dan's private jet?
He had to hide the bedroom because I was in there. Just don't tell anybody.
But you know what I mean. You can sort of demonstrate certain things without doxing yourself.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I challenge you, Dan, because you're probably going to watch this, that you've made so many claims and they're so ludicrous. The brains on the uniform is ludicrous, and it's one that you have to prove. You can even, maybe, I don't know if I could trust Shuggy, but maybe even just prove it to Shuggy.
I don't.
Sorry, Dan. Sorry, Cody. Get on with your stream.
No, it's all right. If you had said that, if you had made that statement, just prove it to Shuggy, I would have accepted that before this broadcast. But post this broadcast, I probably wouldn't. Because Shuggy's not as prevalent at it, but Shuggy does provide cover for Dan's bullshit. Shuggy was questioning me about what right did I have to say that Dan's story about his childhood friend getting, his brains blown on Dan's uniform. I asked Shuggy if he could 100% verify that story, and Shuggy said he couldn't. So why are you backing his telling that fucking tale then if you can't verify it?
At the end of the day, I like Shuggy. I like Blue Bear too. I liked Jim Finch, but he apparently doesn't like me very much anymore. But at some point you have to realize that you're getting conned and that you're helping perpetrate lies that you don't have evidence of. And I think if anyone was going to be more cognizant of that, I think it would be Shuggy. I think Shuggy has been a little bit skeptical. I think at the
Right.
end of the day, he's a solid dude.
But I think in the end, Shuggy's going to find out if he doesn't help validate Dan's bullshit, that the whole thing's going to fall apart. I wouldn't say it's because Shuggy's dishonest. I would say it was more out of a fucking
Loyalty.
and self-preservation. Preserving Dan's image helps preserve Shuggy's place. That's part of how Dan ropes these people into this shit. Because Dan's told an awful lot of fucking lies. All right, let's roll that beautiful bean footage.
Where are my eyebrows?
Oh, we're within the.
Your
the
eyebrows.
I sold them, bitch. Get over it.
For $25 a piece, I undercut how much you bought them for in Discord. They were $25 a piece, apparently. That's what eyebrows are worth.
In Dan's defense.
Wait, that was a great fucking point by Laura Rader. Is Dan a moderator on Witch's channel? I believe he is. So Rebel's in the chat. Rebel might not have been able to answer when they said he won't answer because Dan fucking timed him out. Let us know, Rebel, if you remember if you got timed out or not in that chat. Laura Rader, my buddy Holden McGroin showed up and got timed out.
I breathe and blink and I get timed out. So,
dude, I get timed out on fucking sight with these clowns. All right, I'm going to roll the video again. I'm having a little bit of a tension headache and I'm kind of losing vision in my right eye. It'll take me about 5 minutes to get through it.
No. You set the price value.
I just went with it because y'all watched me finish that bottle of Jaeger.
Oh.
wait, so are they saying
Sorry,
that this
I totally
man got
misunderstood what you
drunk
were
and they
saying.
paid him to shave his eyebrows?
I think there were other compromising things he did also.
Is this high school?
Yep,
This is
it's
high school. This is high school.
Geriatric Junior High, the 2023 class of Welsh News Network initiates are right in front of us now. This is the new Simp Squad. This is the replacement Simp Squad. These are the replacements. Pope Phil, Warloot, and NCR. They are the replacements. Falcax, they needed a Falcax replacement. They needed a Wrangler replacement. You know, the whole fucking Playboys 101 thing fell apart. And I'm hearing rumors that there are people who were associated with Dan that are starting to question why they're associated with Dan. McAddick says, Coded just threatened Mark will be the new story tonight. Did I? Sweet.
Sounds like Coded ruined your grift, Dan.
Wait, I had a grift.
Apparently.
I had a grift that was that pathetic. Coded could ruin it.
Which is just loving this. I love the fact that you went from such a serious person to Dan's little fucking giggle girl in an instant. What are you going to get, a $50 super chat for that?
Dan, if you're not grifting, and if you really own a mansion, you don't need these super chats, do you? You don't need these members, do you? Why do you have them? Because you're grifting. It's obvious you're grifting.
Yeah, you could do a little walk around, show us the mansion, just like Frog just did. Maybe I'll do a little video, walk around my little house here, show you the lake. We'll see what happens. Frog, don't you think that if he wasn't grifting, he would show receipts to show the lottery revenues, the raffle revenues that are supposedly going to fund charitable organizations?
Which I don't get because they couldn't even fund the laptop.
They had to have Blue Bear buy it.
So how are they giving any money to charity?
Exactly. Why doesn't Dan, after all the bitching he does about Chili, Reagan Benson, and others not showing receipts, Chili especially, it's a regular fucking thing with Dan. And then Dan runs an illegal gambling scheme says he's donating money to charities, but never shows any receipts that the money went to charity.
Yeah, I haven't seen them show, the money going to the 2 charities that they were going to support with the raffle funds.
Right, they never did.
Which, can I be a dick? Because they have like a hard time chat in their Discord, and I saw someone one day saying that they didn't have food or a way to go get food, and everyone was, "Oh, I hope it gets better. Thoughts and prayers." Like, I've never encountered that person. Haven't encountered them since. I fucking sent a DoorDash gift card. How are you going to sit there and think your thoughts and prayers are going to feed this person? If you're all about this charitable stuff and you're all such nice people, why did no one think to do that until after I did?
Right.
It's fucking ridiculous. It's a fake. It's a like they're not their authentic selves, and it's so easy to see, but a lot of people are still caught up in it. It's just weird.
It's because they drink too much. The Welsh News Network is a bunch of fucking drunks. The listening audience is predominantly populated by drunks.
Drunks and children.
You think?
Well, not physically children, mentally children.
Yeah.
Exactly. All right, let's get back into this video.
I don't know which is more insulting.
Hold on.
Rebel, come on. You used to be cool.
Wait a minute. So we're still not taking over the world now?
No. Who runs the world? Girls.
Who runs the world? Girls.
Whoa.
Rebel, unfortunately for you, a couple of days ago, I did give an update on how the lawsuit was going, but you were too busy sucking coded off to listen.
Well, you don't need to give an update. If there's a lawsuit and it's going, just put up the paperwork.
Hold on. Did Dan just go homophobic?
I don't know. Play it back.
No, Dan. Damn. No. Where are my eyebrows?
Oh, we're within the.
Your eyebrows.
I sold them, bitch. Get over it.
Did I go way
For
too far?
$25 a piece, I undercut how much you bought them for in Discord. They were $25 a piece, apparently. That's what eyebrows are worth.
In Dan's defense, you set the price value.
I just went with it because
Supply
I finished.
it-
Y'all
supply and
watched me
demand.
finish. Y'all watched me finish that bottle of Jaeger.
Oh. Sorry, I totally misunderstood what you were saying.
Sounds like Cody ruined your grift, Dan.
I had a grift.
Apparently.
I had a grift that was that pathetic coded could ruin it.
Bro, I blew a hole in your fucking little grift rowboat the minute the first dude said something about donating for the fucking legal fund, and you spent 20 minutes acting like you were butthurt and offended. Weasel.
I don't know
The
which is
fake
more
laughing.
insulting.
Like, if you're not going to genuinely laugh,
Rebel, come
just
on.
don't.
You used to be cool.
They don't know what genuine laughter is. All their laughter is fake. Their
Oh, it
tears.
just hits my ears the wrong way. I don't like it.
Their tears are real, though.
Wait a minute. So we're still not taking over the world now?
No. Who runs the world? Girls.
Who runs the world? Girls. I love that song.
Rebel, unfortunately for you, a couple of days ago, I did give an update on how the lawsuit was going, but you were too busy sucking coded off to listen.
That is kind of you're demeaning them by saying that there is some sort of homosexual sexual act going on. So yes, I would consider that homophobic.
I'm gonna have to get one of those ding 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 bells, and I'm just gonna tap it every time the fucking snooze network does their homophobic bullshit. That's pretty homophobic, Dan. Pretty homophobic.
And isn't he the father of a gay son?
I was just gonna say, for a guy who has a son who puts the cock in his mouth, that's kind of a sad. Well, I mean, he does do that. I'm not saying.
Well, you don't know.
negative.
There's different type. Like, I don't know. There's different factions of gay people, and they all like different things, just like straight people.
Oh, I didn't know that. I didn't know.
Yeah, I know celibate gay people.
Yep. I know gay people that are only tops. I know gay people that are only bottoms. I know gay people that love sucking dick. I know gay people that don't like sucking dick. It's the same as straight people. There's a gambit of what they like and what they do. So I wouldn't just assume every gay guy's out here sucking dick. You know what I mean?
No, you're right. That assumption shouldn't be made. Would it be safe to say that Dan thinks a man who sucks a man's dick is less of a man? That's why he uses it. In a
Based on this statement, it would seem that yes, he thinks it is degrading for a man to be homosexual.
Well, put that in your pipe and smoke it, Danny boy. And then,
Or at the very least, to have homosexual sexual contact.
Right.
He finds that to be less than.
Right. Might want to talk to him about how he feels about your fucking homophobic humor, Dan. Because this seems to be, your defense of it seems to be all motivated around your son's life choice. So maybe you should consult with him about whether you should continue to do that, Dan, or refrain from it.
Oh, here you go, Dan. Can you explain what a grift is?
A grift would be
I
more
can actually
commonly
answer
called
that.
fraud.
Mm-hmm.
Obtaining money under false pretenses.
In fact, the term actually comes from the term graft, which is an honest day's work. Grift is therefore a dishonest day's work. In other words,
Go ahead.
Is Mark trying to do a soft sit trick there of using one definition of a word?
No, I think he used graft and honest day's work, and grift being a derivative of graft, honest, and the grift is the negative of graft.
Right. Okay. But it's what a soft sit does. He picks a specific definition or goes back to the original meaning or where a word comes from, as opposed to what a word means in the current today's language. And a grift isn't a fraud, Dan. A grift isn't a fraud. Not in my view.
It's petty begging.
It's begging. Begging is not fraud.
Right. It can include fraud, but because there is fraud, I believe, in what these guys do, because the grift is make a donation, get a chance to win in the lottery. We donate all the proceeds to a charitable organization. But you never see receipts of them donating the money. And their main complaint against Chili DeCastro is he doesn't show receipts. Therefore, he must be grifting off the top. Dan, it looks like confession by projection. It smells like confession by projection. And when you say it, it sounds like confession by projection. Did you have a little more you wanted to add, Frog?
Well, I was going to say, because they give an entry into the raffle.
Yeah.
It's do you get an entry if you super chat, if you buy a membership, if you gift memberships?
Yes.
How about, do you get it if you send them a PayPal donation?
Yes.
So has he shown the PayPal donations, the Cash App donations, the Venmo donations? Has he shown them all coming in?
Nope.
I can say that when I worked for a nonprofit, we kept receipts of everything, the person's name, how much they donated, anytime we did a raffle. So
you have to, because that's the most
by
likely
law.
thing. You have to by law, but you also have to retain those records, because that's the most likely thing you would get audited on.
Very rarely have I seen receipts along the lines of what I would consider receipts in the YouTube /grifting community.
Yeah.
I've seen Shiz show receipts, and I've seen an auditor show receipts, show his PayPal. Money's coming in, money's going out.
Right.
That auditor was Texas Wolfman. He was at Leon Valley, and it was after the Leon Valley affair. It's the last time I've seen an auditor be honest with money. And you're doing exactly the same thing, Welsh News Network. Exactly the same thing.
Yep.
Sorry, I'm done.
That's cool. And
I tell
Dan, you're exposing your U.S. cohorts to maybe an encounter with law enforcement. Better be careful, kids. You don't want to keep that,
or at
shit
least
going
a
on.
fucking audit.
Right. But there's no there's no incorporation, there's no LLC, there's no 501c. You're risking the seizure of your fucking personal assets. You guys better be fucking careful. Don't let this Welsh fucking slug.
The suspicion is that probably there aren't very many assets, especially on this side. Especially on this side of the pond. I don't know about the people on the other side of the pond, but I think top middle, you got someone who hasn't got any assets.
Well, but that's the thing. Like, he wouldn't really. Anyone across the pond's not going to have the same repercussions that someone in the U.S. is going to have.
Unless it works both ways. Like if somebody in Wales complained about what they were doing, probably the only two that would get hit. Dan would definitely take the hit. Mark possibly. No one else. But if they took the hit in the U.S., you got fucking, law enforcement can go statewide. This is literally an international fucking grift scheme. So you have Jimbo Finch is exposed, Becca's exposed, Blue Bear's exposed, Hank's exposed. At the very least, they read the rules. They explain how it works. Blue Bear said he paid for the 2 laptops that were given away in the last raffle, so he's monetarily involved. He also revealed that he reimbursed Becca for the upfront purchase of the laptop. So Becca's monetarily involved too. Who gives a fuck if you were reimbursed or not reimbursed? That doesn't absolve you from the fact that you participated in the scheme by purchasing the materials that were raffled off.
Well, and not only that, like if you're raffling something off, like I could see like if you bought a laptop and you were like, all right, I'll raffle this off, all the money will go to charity. Like, that's cool. Show your receipts. Like, not a problem. But if you're like, I know the organization I worked for, we didn't run a raffle unless we knew we were going to sell enough tickets to cover cost and then some. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, there's no point in, I don't understand the point in doing it. And if you're doing it for charity, like, show it. Why are you going to like secretly donate to charity? That's weird.
Right.
When you're saying it publicly, these people want to see where their money's going. And I know when I enter a raffle and I think it's going to charity, I want to know that the money got there.
Yeah, I think everybody does. And the other thing too is, Walter Texas put in the chat room, Taxman cometh. You guys need to remember that the IRS fucking hired 85,000 new fucking auditors a year ago. That means a lot more people are going to get fucking audited. When you win a raffled item, you have to report that not as income. You have to report that as gambling winnings. It's a higher tax rate than income. And the people
isn't it like 40 or 30? It's around 30-40%, right?
Yeah, it's up there. So the people who won that shit, they now have a tax liability that they're probably completely fucking unaware of.
People don't remember this happened when Oprah Winfrey gave away cars and then all the people in the audience got stuck with the tax.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Welsh doesn't seem to want to fucking explain anything to anyone. Because the more you know about this fucking raffle, the less likely you want to be involved in it. Bleck's Neglected Toy says, I hope I'm not exposed. No, you're in hiding. Becca's Neglected Toy says they used some of that cash for batteries.
I have an everyday example if you would like.
Go for it.
Suppose you pretended to have a child who had a 5th birthday, and then you accepted super chats for her birthday gift. Only she's not your child, it didn't exist, and you collected all the money. That would be a grift.
If you only bought if you only used half the money to buy a fucking gift, it would still be a grift. The fact that you're not showing receipts that you bought anything or made the donations you made, that makes it look really grifty. It makes you look dishonest, especially when you spend all day calling other people out for doing the same thing that you're fucking doing.
Right?
Pope
That's what
Phil.
got me on the Reaper shit, was the fucking hypocrisy. And then these people are just, they like live in hypocrisy.
Right. And Pope Phil, you're a creepy motherfucker. So when you make up hypothetical scenarios, try to make it about something other than a small child's birthday party. 'Cause you're a
Right? Maybe an
fucking-
adult.
Right.
You can
You're
just sexualize me again, you fucking mush brain.
Right. You are a fucking mush-brained moron.
I don't know who that was targeting, but it sounded oddly targeted.
It was, thank you.
I think I
It was.
Hypothetical.
Oh, this might be the kernel of truth in the hypothetical. Rebel at Heart says, didn't they collect money for Blecka's grandkid? I missed that. If they did, I missed. Can anybody else out there confirm that? Did anybody else see that? Blecka doesn't have any USB charged toys. Oh, your raffle money is going to buy fucking AAA batteries for Becca's Buzz enjoyment.
Hypothetical.
Oh, okay.
Oh, hypothetically.
Well, I have to admit something. I've been running a grift on Chili for the last 20 years.
Oh, yeah.
I've been telling I sold him a rock that I told him if he rubs it 3 times every morning, it would grant him the knowledge of being a constitutional law scholar.
Of course he is.
But did you tell him that he has to recite the words, "We don't
I
stop"?
did the same thing.
I told him he had to say a
You want
special
to try that again there, honey?
to incite its power.
What
that
is
he can
Dan
come up
doing
with.
besides sitting there with his mouth wide open half the time?
Originally,
Well, if his mouth isn't open, he can't breathe because he's a mouth breather. So
So mean.
Mostly he's just breathing. He's not. Yeah, he just sits there with his fucking mouth open the whole time.
Look at the Brits, those 2 Brit skin tones. I mean, you can tell they're men that spend their time indoors all the time.
Yeah.
They spend their nights awake on the internet. And
Yeah,
then
there's
they
a
probably
lack of vitamin D in the whole shit here.
Yeah. Hang on. I'm not sure if, I'm a white man, but,
Ooh,
you got
pull it
some-
up higher. What?
Yeah, Froggy. Froggy,
He's getting froggy, guys.
Froggy gets froggy on this episode of NTFG. Frog
You know,
becomes
I've-
the SFW. Go
Now,
ahead.
if my legs have got colour, my face has probably got some colour, hasn't it?
Yeah.
I do go outside, but these 2, they look like they spend their lives. Are they the vampires of the YouTube world?
Dan really looks like he hasn't seen fucking sunlight in a decade. Like he is a pasty white motherfucker. I mean, I come in 2 shades. I come milk white, and then when I'm in Southeast Asia, I go out to the fucking beach and I literally look like a lobster that you just pulled out of the fucking boiling water. There's not a lot of in between for me. You could tell when I've been in the sun because I go fucking pink in a heartbeat.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't mind if they were red in the face, but they're just white, aren't they? Pasty.
Yeah. They are. Look, I'm a white boy, and when I look at these guys, I'm like, good God, you're fucking.
Sorry,
white.
I read Raddius Hattis' comment and I almost died.
Dan sitting there with his mouth hanging open reminds me of a beached carp. Yeah, exactly. Making that sucking sound for air. All right, we're almost at the point where I can.
It was going to be the lyrics to Aqua's Barbie Girl, but I told him that's too much.
Jeez.
Mm.
Dan's FBI handler. Fucking hell, get your eyesight tested.
Go fuck yourself, Dan.
Get
We'll
your
talk to
eyesight
Dan.
tested from my 0.3 megapixel camera.
Right. Which is looping an old VHS tape. Oh, so you got a can of Coke. You could have put something in it, dipshit. It's a fucking every alcoholic knows that, and you're drunk half the time anyways. Dan's FBI handler. Good job, buddy. Way to make the man move and speak. You see, Dan's only responding to ridiculous shit. Anything that's close to questioning his fucking lies, he won't touch it. But if you give him, like Dan's FBI handler comes in and gives him a crack about what are you drinking, and Dan's all ready to fucking talk. Dan knows what he's fucking doing.
Dan's FBI
Cider?
handler. Oh shit!
Cider? Really?
Hey,
I don't.
where's
I don't
our
think they
informant
have-
money?
I don't think they have little in Wales. Damn.
Yeah,
No,
we
we
do.
do.
Do you?
Of course we do. Yeah.
And Aldi.
Little's was-
And
Whatever Dan
Bunch
uses
of
for
Germany.
camera is the same one they keep catching Bigfoot on. So
Slightly better than the Loch Ness Monster camera.
Right.
They're a damn sight closer to us than they are to you.
Oh, that's fair. I guess because I'm so used to grocery stores being like localized, like obviously.
No, dipshit. It's because you've never been outside of fucking the greater Philadelphia area and you think that's what the whole fucking world is like. Little is literally a German company.
Wars and NCR, they don't have Acme or Giant or ShopRite.
we also do technically have.
We do
We
have
do
Walmart, technically.
Yeah.
Well, Walmart's different. That's a That's a.
It's
global
Asda.
thing.
You guys
Yeah,
have
but
Walmart
then
because it's
so
national.
Tesco.
Oh my god,
Right, exactly. The shit they say.
international.
This is fucking simple shit, too. This is really simple shit. They can't fucking do it
Elementary, my dear Watson.
right.
It's Tesco.
It's a grocery store.
Supermarket. Grocery store. It's
Yes,
a
we
global
don't have-
thing.
we don't have that here.
It's like Aldi's and Lidl's and
Yes, yeah, we don't have that.
all the
here.
rest of it.
It does exist in the States, just not
Oh,
in
sure
your
it does.
area yet.
It's not in my area.
Yet.
Mm.
I'm not
But
sure
anyway,
that
It's a
So-
regional thing.
now that we have Dan up here, if, I mean, I'll open it up a bit more. I might have to maybe drop a couple people, but Dan's
Why?
up here. You want to talk shit? Talk shit. Go for it.
Oh, cool. I like talking shit.
He won't acknowledge.
Cicero,
Talk shit to
who are-
you.
Yeah, when I get up there, Jan got real fucking quiet fast.
To you
Cicero,
while
who
you're
were you
up here.
referring to?
What?
Said Cicero, who were you referring to?
In what comment?
Don't highlight it.
There's
There's a name that was said.
I don't know. But
My name was
Oh,
said
no
multiple
idea.
times in the live stream.
oh,
Hi, Sasha.
hi, Sorsha.
Hello.
I'm sorry, Dave. You're
Why
right.
are you
It
so
is
scared of your
Acme.
own name? My name's
It is
Shannon,
pronounced
guys.
Acme.
Just so you know.
That's right. I forgot you're a Philly boy.
Is coded ban?
Oh, they said my name. And seeing as how Blue Bear found it out, I'm thinking he guessed it. He got my name right. It's Brian. I don't know if he has the right spelling of it. But yeah, Blue Bear somehow got my first name right. I'm waiting for him to drop my last name. And I would love to see if he got a picture of my fucking boat, because I want to know if he was at the lake house or the shore house. We'll find out in time, I guess.
Banned off this channel?
No.
Oh, I'm gonna be surprised if he doesn't show up.
Oh, he won't.
No idea.
He might show
I'd
up
be
on
Oh,
our
he won't.
I'd
He
be
for sure
surprised he
won't.
did.
If he shows up, he will be.
No, he won't.
Coded won't show up. And if he does show up, he'll be in a sock account. I don't use fucking sock, dipshit. If
No,
you
I think
talking-
someone did someone say you were banned, and he said if you showed up, you would be. That's fragile.
Yeah. Oh, Dan kicks me out of every fucking room he has a wrench in immediately. Dan is afraid of me typing. Because words can hurt.
I've seen
you.
that in Discord. I've seen you
Yeah.
start typing and then you get banned.
It did happen. It happened in Finch's Discord. I wasn't even posting anything. I was just stroking the keyboard, and they banned me for what, like 24 hours?
Just because it said you were typing for 3 seconds.
Right. They're like, oh my God, he's going to get him before he posts.
There's only one person that's officially banned from this channel. Only one.
Then it's not. What was it? Susie Y.
No. Susie Y has managing moderator, so nobody can fucking ban her ass.
Well, I mean,
Oh, hey, Judy.
Oh, yeah, let's talk about Jeremiah, by the way. Wars. That's who Cicero
No,
was
it was
talking about.
not actually.
Nope. Cicero was talking about Jeremiah, not you.
I'm like, why you got to use my government name like that? Damn.
You behave, Wars, or we'll use the name your sister uses for you.
I don't
Ew,
remember
'cause
what name
incest
she
is
uses for me.
funny.
Everybody should ban Susie Y.
Yeah, I'm telling you, these guys.
They make a lot of weird incestual and immature jokes, and say it's just very awkward.
It's the kid stuff when they involve kids and their hypotheticals and their fucking perverse joking. I don't care for their humor.
It's always a kid. I don't know. It's just really weird.
Right. Jim Finch, a 52-year-old man pretending to be a 17-year-old. It's just fucking weirdness. I think, honestly, I think they're unable to relate to anything that isn't fucking childish and slightly immature.
I'll find out.
We're watching a lot of people's unhealed.
I tried to ban
Whoever
Susie Y.
out.
Yeah.
In every chat. I'm in.
Whoever bans Susie Y will get banned. Just saying.
Why would anyone want to ban Susie Y?
There's only two
Well,
of us that
because
can
that
actually
sounds
ban
like a
Susie Y.
challenge.
Isn't it?
Susie Y is
Susie
funny.
Y, we can offer up to Lord Jashin.
Fucking
I
legend.
forgot his name already.
Who?
The Lord Jacin's loyal servant.
Hedon, I'm right
There we
here.
go. It's an anime thing. Don't worry about it.
Oh, okay, that's why. I'm like, because I have no
Oh, that
idea.
explains a lot.
Coded. Sorry, cheers.
It's all right. Yeah, the whole anime thing, that's a little on the childish side.
You've just wasted 5 minutes of my life
How?
Dude, yeah, they say a lot of words but never say anything.
because nothing's happened in the last 5 minutes. It's
Right. What we're doing it all for context, because Dan will say that I cut clips and faked evidence, which is what he's now doing behind the scenes, because he can't put the fire out. He can't stop the shit I've said from people, talking about it. So now his new thing is to say that I manufacture receipts and that, I'm cutting clips to say what Dan didn't say.
right.
Any fucking lie will do, Dan. Protect your little fucking ego. You haven't done any of the shit you said you did, Dan. None of it. And now you're grifting money that you're telling people you're giving to charities and showing no proof that you're giving. How do we know that money's not buying batteries for Bleka's vibratory extravaganza?
I'm not sure that it's buying batteries because I think it just buys more models.
Groceries?
No, more models of insertions that have rechargeable batteries.
Yeah. Anybody have questions or comments? I'm trying to tell Mark not to time people out.
Apparently, he likes his
No
band.
chance.
Ew,
It's
Mark.
the itchy trigger finger. I don't get
I'll come
to
over
use it.
there and stab you with a spoon.
I'm not making fun, but did that sound like I'm gonna go over there and stab you with a spoon? Is there a little
There was some sucker and succotash in there.
Right.
He does have a problem with his tongue.
Yeah.
I think.
Oh, that's
sometimes.
sad.
I'm trying to I'm trying to figure out if it's drinking related. He does get a little lispy sometimes.
It could be a slur, yeah.
Sometimes
I have
his
to go
man-
though. These kids' form is terrible. I have to school them in basketball. But it was fun hanging out. I'll see you guys later.
All right, Shiz, don't dunk over the top at any of those kids, okay?
No, I'll probably let them win. Let's see how they do.
Okay, because we know white girls can jump.
Fat girls can't though, but it's okay. Bye guys.
I still don't buy that myth. I've seen pictures.
Lies, you simp. Bye, bye, bro.
Okay.
Thank you for showing me your thighs.
All right, let's get this wrapped up.
I will offer the perspective of a non-creator because I think
Can't we at least do a spork?
No.
Sure.
It's going to be a spoon.
It's dull, you twit. They'll hurt more.
do a
Chops.
spork.
Hi, Pokey.
Yeah, but it's a spoon. You know.
Yeah.
Because it's dull. It'll hurt more.
Also,
So-
it's
Anyway.
embarrassing for you to
Spork
explain
isn't
in the
much fun,
hospital of how you got stabbed with the spoon.
Anyway,
Especially just one of those
To
little
be
baby
honest,
spoons.
His
I've seen
Holiness was
people
trying to say
stabbed with
something,
even
guys.
worse. So.
His Holiness.
I have stabbed a guy with a spoon in a bar fight. You hold the spoon because it was, there was a knife and there was a butter knife and a fucking spoon on the table, and two guys were going after a friend of mine. So I didn't pick up the butter knife because I don't want to hurt anybody. You pick up the spoon. You put your thumb in the cup of the spoon just before the end of it, and you hold that fucking thing as tight as you can. You jack somebody right between the ribs. You're not going to break the skin. You're not going to hurt anybody, but they'll fucking think twice about moving anymore. The fucking spoon stabbing shit. You're quoting fucking Kevin Costner, Robin Hood, not real life, dipshit.
It's okay. This is what we do in chat all the time anyway.
So Dan, I've got a question / idea for you as well, and which I'm sure you'll want to get on this one too. Do you want to have like a betting pool for like certain high value and low value bets for like
No, don't do that.
raffle
That's-
tickets?
That's illegal gambling.
No, for raffle tickets because you'll
That's
get
totally legal
you'll get
gambling.
you'll,
Illegal
no,
gambling.
That's totally illegal gambling.
you're getting an item out of it.
Nope, it's still illegal gambling. This is all sarcasm, by the way. It's all illegal gambling.
Oh my
It's all illegal gambling. It's all illegal.
Yeah.
Hush.
All these betting shops and things like that must be illegal.
Boy, I know you're not telling me to hush my own
It's
gambling.
weird.
No,
It's
please don't.
weird,
I'm sorry. I'm
Coded.
sorry.
All right then.
Sorry, go ahead.
I said it's weird. It's weird how they laugh about it.
Yeah.
It's as though, because it is minor crime. I'll admit it's minor crime, but it's still crime.
And look, you're right. It's minor crime. Maybe nobody's ever going to do anything about it. The longer it continues to go on for, the higher the likelihood that somebody's going to say, hey, we can't just have this out in the fucking open like this. But it's the hypocrisy of them doing exactly what they're calling people out for. Raising money and not showing receipts. They raise money, they don't show receipts. The umbrella of the minor crime they're committing, were raising money to give to a charitable entity, but they never show that the money went to the charitable entity. That's what's really bothersome for me about this. These guys are doing the exact shit that they criticize frauditors of doing on a daily basis.
If you really feel the need, and I think there's a problem with this charitable issue with lots of, well, not lots, but a number of creators who will use a charity to imply that they're a good person. But to my way, why not just have a link direct to the charity? If you want it in your, a number of these charities, they'll give you a personalized link so you can work out how much has gone through your link, but at least it goes straight to the charity.
Right. It doesn't look, I'm a cash handling expert. It's what I do for a living now. The less hands touch the money, the more likely all the money is to make it to the end receiver.
Exactly.
So that's why charities they'll provide you, like you said, a personalized link so you can keep track of donations that were donated by hitting your link. You still get all the credit for it. You're still a good guy. You're still a humanitarian. You just don't get to touch the money. And that seems to be the hurdle to getting people to do this, the fact that they don't get to touch the money. It's the same shit they accuse Chile of every fucking day. I'm glad you pointed that out, Frog.
And look at the two of them at the top laughing, especially the one on the right who, he's at law school. Does that mean he wants to go, become a lawyer? I don't know. I don't know why he might be at law school for something else. But if he wants to become a lawyer, he's got to be. I've got to be careful here because I can't use a. How do you say whiter than white without it being
squeaky clean?
Squeaky clean. You want to become a lawyer, you've got to be squeaky clean, Mark.
Yeah.
You're laying a trail for someone who doesn't want you to become a lawyer. And to put hurdles in your way.
Right.
And you're doing that yourself by doing this stupid, idiotic shit on the internet.
Right. And if you're a law student and this raffle has been called into question, then Mark, pull the Welsh law and show where I'm wrong in my interpretation that the only way, added the charitable donation thing after I called it out as illegal gambling. And I read the Welsh law. So under Welsh law, you can do a raffle if all the proceeds go to a charity. But you have to do it in a physical location. Everyone has to be together in a physical location, and everyone has to receive a physical ticket. Otherwise, you're breaking the law. And why is that? Because that's the standard for keeping shenanigans, tomfoolery, and grifting from going on. So if you're a lawyer, Mark, why aren't you double checking the legality of it? And if it was legal, you'd be talking about how it is legal.
I didn't know much about Mark, the sarcastic law student, but I don't see much of evidence that he's very knowledgeable in the law.
No, and the few times I've heard him talk about law, which was mostly U.S. law, he's lost in the weeds. He doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. Like, he's really lost in the weeds. And he starts double talking, and by the time he's done talking, he sounds like Blue Bacon doing this is a thing, that the thing was supposed to thing the thing, but the thing, I hope I'm not confusing you, that kind of shit.
Yeah.
Back to the video. Yeah, I'm glad you pointed that out because I kind of miss that, and I want.
Yes, madam.
Good boy.
Wait
Anyway.
till you.
I'm joking. I'm joking.
That was Mark. That was not me. That was Mark.
Wars, wait till it gets out who he gave the last prize to.
Oh God.
I didn't give it to anyone. They won.
So, have like a way for us to be able to guess some of the things that's going to be in your expose.
Which one?
To be able to, the one that's coming out soon. That's going to.
Which one?
The Coded Friends.
You're going to have to narrow this down.
Coded Friends expose, where he's.
Ooh, they're saying my name. I should appear in a few moments here.
Because that's the one that's, in my opinion, the most unhinged.
I'm doing an expose on Coded.
Frog, do you think I'm unhinged?
No, I don't think you're unhinged. You're a certain personality. Some people will like you, some people won't.
Right, but
I don't think you're unhinged at all.
Right. I mean, they've been slinging lately. Oh my God. There's no.
I think. Sorry, I was good. I'm not. Sometimes you're right, sometimes you're wrong, but whatever you're talking about, you'll believe it. You know, I genuinely believe that you believe what you're talking about.
Yeah, I don't speak. I really don't speak disingenuously. I do mock and I do make fun of shit. You know, you got to take that shit with a grain of salt. But you know, when I'm talking about the more serious topics, I don't say it if I don't believe it's true. Why would I bother with it? But this whole unhinged thing is starting to be the new accusation they level again. I'm crazy, but you supposedly have Blue Bear in a tent in the fucking woods at my lake house, monitoring telephoto camera. I hate to break this one to you, but that's way more unhinged than anything I've done.
Is your internet playing up? Is it my internet?
Did it bounce a little bit? There's a storm rolling in right now.
All right. Yeah, you did bounce a bit there. I lost you.
All right. Let me get through this video before I lose my connection.
Good friends.
No. Coded Friends is doing an expose on you.
Oh.
So.
Okay. Is this going to be as good as his last one? Because that bit was just hilarious.
Well, see, what I think would be fun is if we figure out a way to, like, make bets. So, like, in football, let's say they're going to get 3 touchdowns in the third quarter, where we have to come up with our own stuff. Yeah, where we are able to bet, like, okay, he's going to say that Welsh was a janitor in the Navy. He never did anything other than be a janitor, or like something specific enough to where it's difficult to hit, but still creative enough to where it's fun. You know what I mean?
Accusations are coming from a guy who shaved his eyebrows off on a live stream for a super chat donation from Dan. Your credibility's really fucking low, dude. And a piece of advice: you might want to stop talking about me, because I know you're new on the scene, and I know you might not fully know how I'll fucking dog you if you keep your shit going on. Make sure what you fucking say.
Wait, the Navy has janitors?
Yeah, they're called seamen. Everybody does it, but
no.
Well,
anyway, sorry. That was one of my harebrained ideas.
But no, that's a good idea.
Yeah, that'd be all right.
That'd be hilarious.
Pope wanted to say something. I just
Yes, he
wanted
did.
to...
I'm so sorry. I'm like trying to stick up
My
for
bad.
you, and people just keep.
Oh, you're fine. You're fine. It's all fine. I was just going to say that there's a different perspective, I think, for us mortal fans and you creators when it comes to all of this drama. And most of it has to do with how a creator presents themselves. If you present yourself to be A, but you turn out to be F, that's going to create friction.
I agree with that.
The largest
Absolutely.
thing isn't don't dox yourself, it's be authentic.
The largest thing isn't frog. The largest thing isn't don't dox yourself. It's be authentic.
Don't dox yourself. Be authentic.
It's a good piece of advice, right?
I think be authentic is a good piece of advice, but authenticity, you know, you're proven one way or the other. And if you say something that sounds beyond belief, you're going to have to prove it.
If you get called out because if you're being authentic and you make a grand statement like the worst day of my life was when I had to wipe my buddy's brains off my uniform, that's a pretty extreme experience. That's not something, you know, what, 1 in 10,000 people, maybe it's the number's probably higher than that. So if you make a statement like that and you're a person, you're going to get called out to authenticate that statement.
I've got to be careful here because there's probably a picture of me somewhere here. But I made a claim that my son, has a law degree.
Right.
Well, I'm pointing at a picture. I don't know, because I'm obviously going to be small, but if you're watching me on a fucking big screen, you can probably, see a picture of him there in his fucking graduation outfit.
Right.
Fucking law student, Mark, and he's younger than you. Actually, he's not that. I thought he was about 20 years younger than you. I come to find that you're maybe late 20s, early 30s.
Right.
God, you're in a bad shape, man.
Yeah, he looks terrible for that age.
I mean, you're going to be lucky if you make 55, 60.
Eat a carrot once in a while, bro. Do some fucking jumping jacks and get outside and get some fucking sunlight on your skin. The two of them the two in the middle.
Sorry.
The two in the middle, looks like a fucking zombie.
How did you get into a relationship with this? Oh, I don't know about her. She's just, I see her as a creator whore.
She does. I don't know if I would say whore, but I would definitely say floozy.
Well, no, by whore I mean not in the physical, not in the sexual sense of whoring herself out, but she wants to get onto other creators' channels to grow, to actually enhance her ability to grift. Because she realizes that if she grows to 5 times, 10 times the amount of subs that she's got now, she should be able to grift quite nicely. She might not have to return to a teaching assistant job.
Right. Or the sausage cooker girl at Walmart.
Yeah.
Would you like a sausage? Johnny Switchblade says the day the jury returned with his wrongful conviction must have been a pretty bad day too, right? Yeah, I mean, what are the odds that you, in your lifetime, your friend's brain blown onto your uniform and another life event was you were wrongfully convicted of a crime and imprisoned?
And what scares him about, proving some of this? That's what I don't get. Well, you've made the claims, but there's no proof. There's nothing.
Right. And if you weren't willing to see this, these guys talk before they think. If you're not willing to prove it, talk about it to begin with.
And things like, I was in a situation where my friend's brains got blown out. It's very different from, to me, it's very different from, I'm a stockbroker who retired at 29.
Right. There's more people in the world that were stockbrokers retired and, by age 30 than there are people who had to wipe their friends' brains off their uniform.
And in talking to you, you've never given me any reason to doubt because you're not having to lie.
Right.
Once you start lying, it's quite hard to be authentic, to cover it in all bases, in every answer that you give. Because you might not be talking about stockbroking, but you'll be talking about something else. And that goes hand in hand. That is what the proof is of. He's probably telling the truth about it.
Right. There's not.
Why would he lie about being an alcoholic?
Right.
Recovering alcoholic. I mean, I don't know because I've never asked you, but I don't know if your religion goes back prior to alcoholism or if it's as a result of the, some sort of 12-step program.
No, I was raised Roman Catholic, but I don't. I went all the way up to confirmation. I went to a Franciscan college. I had my falling out, or you could call it's kind of a falling out, but it's also like a transcendence Like, if you learn to play a musical instrument, you learn the rules of playing, right? You practice, you learn to play scales, you learn chords, you learn what you need to learn, the rules of operating the instrument. But when you become a musician, what between an artist and an artisan is the transition, the transition to a transcendence of the rules. The rules are still there, but you're not following the rules anymore. They become instinctual. So when I went to a Franciscan college, because it was Roman Catholic, and because Franciscan monks were supposed to take a vow of poverty, I saw these Franciscan monks that were driving sports cars, riding $1,000 bicycles around campus, eating like fucking kings. I'm like, this isn't a vow of poverty. It kind of made me question things. And I had a little bit of a falling out with the Roman Catholic Church. That was when I started to read the Bible for myself. And I had this 10-year back and forth between life to money and making profit and dedicating my life to the Lord.
I'm not sure if my accompaniment to your story was coming through.
It is. I hear the piano.
I was just, that was me, Dan. That was me.
Right.
And his story about musical instruments, he's correct.
Yeah.
He's not had to think about that because that was in an answer to my question about something totally different. Sorry about that.
Shiz is very impressed with your piano playing, Frog. I'm glad you did it. I liked it. See, Dan, people here don't have a problem proving the things that they say they can do, because that's all proving who you are and whether or not you're authentic. Dan, you don't come across as authentic because you're unwilling to prove anything you say. All of it. You act like you're so far above everyone that it's bothersome to you to have to show that you really did the things you said you do.
But he's got to play. He's got to fill out his show, hasn't he?
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, he's now showing old films.
Right. Right. It's 6 hours a day you got to fill up, bro. It's getting hard, isn't it? You can't
What the hell is that? Just for his little group to get together and in their chat,
Right.
You don't need to do that on a public space like YouTube. Just do it in a Discord or something, if that's what you want to do.
Exactly.
But no, it's all about the grift. It's all about the money that I can make from that.
It's about the grift. It's about the money I can make. Well, you could do a private showing in Discord and put up a PayPal link. Miss Mandy is apparently an expert at that. The back office griftathon.
I noticed she's totally ignored, or maybe she didn't hear, as to whether she is the person with her legal name with the crimes quite close to her, albeit just across the state line.
Yeah, she's not going to acknowledge that at all.
But wouldn't you want, if there was someone with the same name, same month of birth, who's got shoplifting, wouldn't you want to clear it if you hadn't done it?
Yeah. Yeah, I would put that to rest right away.
Yeah, I would,
Yeah, I wouldn't let a rumor like that about me linger.
No. I don't know if it's about her or not, but
right.
All I know, it's the same name.
Yep. All right, we have
Go on.
About 6 minutes to go. Let's get this done.
Just don't make up an elaborate backstory that completely backfires on you.
You mean like you wiped your best friend's brains off your uniform, Phil? Is that the kind of elaborate backstory that backfires on you, or that you entered the Royal Navy as an engineer at age 16, which Dan's own buddy Shuggy says, yeah, I wouldn't believe that. That kind of backstory, Phil, is that what you're fucking talking about?
Yes.
That's what's going to create the problem.
Absolutely.
I would like to tack on to that. It also requires trust and respect in the community as creators.
And trust and respect is what Dan is fucking shitting all over his own.
Yeah.
I don't really know this guy called NCR. I reckon he's a creator, yeah?
Yeah, I don't know him well either, but he's around Dan's brother.
Yeah, what the hell are you doing on this panel, man, if you want authenticity?
Right. And why are you talking about it in the presence of to defend the guy who absolutely refuses to authenticate any of his stories? There's not
just before Corrections came out.
Yeah.
Someone asked me to look through some criminal records of Corrections to make sure they were correct. That someone was Dan and Becca.
Right.
Now, I didn't really know them too well at that point in time. Didn't know of them really too well. But I said, yeah, sure, I'll look at some criminal records because, help out fellow creator, get the facts out, make sure they're facts. And then I was asked, would you like us to mention you? No, thank you, I said.
Right.
No, thank you. Because I have an authentic, I have a reputation to keep, and I'm not certain that you're going to enhance that reputation for me. So no, thank you.
That's exactly what they were looking for, too. Finding dirt on Corrections 101 is a fucking layup job. They didn't need you for that. They wanted to show that they were working with you. It's a clout build thing. Then they wanted to go after your listeners. They wanted to try to call them over to their place. That's the way this guy's done his shit. And it's no longer working for him.
But because you see, I'm not interested in their listeners. I'm amazed at the size of my chat. I never set out to be a creator.
Right.
It just happened.
Organic. That's the best way to do it.
This is my second YouTube channel because my first one got taken down. The first frog got taken down.
Oh, really? Is that why you changed the name, or?
No. The name change was because I did a cop watch. I felt authentic. I felt I could put transparency after my name once I'd filmed a cop.
Got you.
I mean, it was a car stop, and it was, I was able to freely film and not have anyone swear at me, or the cop was perfectly pleasant to me. In fact, after the event, I had a quick discussion and explained what I do.
I like the FUKT. It was that's brilliant fucking marketing, dude. If you meant fucked, bravo. Okay,
yeah.
Because if you didn't meant fucked and it came out that way, then you have an instinctual intelligence for marketing.
I'm not sure that I can claim the credit for it. We were playing around with names in Discord, so I don't know. I can't remember. I'd have to go back through Discord to see who I should credit with that.
Right.
Whether it was me or whether it was someone else. But that's the creative process. So
yeah, whoever came up with it, or like you said, if it was a a matter of fucking spitballing or barnstorming. It's a fucking phenomenal name. It's a beautiful name because it identifies that you're an Englishman with the UK, and the whole fucked thing is going to grab attention from both sides.
Yeah.
Like with fucked, you're not going to alienate necessarily auditors. They're probably going to take a look at your channel. They might not be happy after they do, but they're not gonna, fuck that. I'm not listening to that guy.
And I mean, it wasn't actually my first audit as such. It was more interesting than maybe what I'd done first audit. And I didn't do them for clicks and views or camera or whatever. I just did it because I wanted to, I wanted to sort of prove that it's all made up, what they do.
The whole, getting hassled. It's not just because there's a camera there. It's because you're acting like a fucking asshole, Chili.
Yeah. Go on, you better go. You better keep going.
I know we've gotten very little done in the last half hour.
You are going
What community?
That's the thing. It's not quite. I really don't feel like it's much of a community anymore.
I'm just saying, community.
Right. Then that's the whole thing. It's not, right? I like you, Witch, and I watch your channel, and I like your content, and it's not based upon what I perceive of your life. So if your house burned down and turned out to be your mom's house, I'm not going to be mad.
Well, yeah,
It
just
has
say my
nothing
house
to-
because it's just easier.
No, but I'm just saying it has nothing to do with your content, and that's what I think people have forgotten. It has nothing to do with why you joined the channel in the first place. Now, in some cases, it does, and that's what I'm saying. When you create an elaborate backstory and you hook your fans on your elaborate backstory, and they're supporting that elaborate backstory, and that backstory is complete bullshit, that's what creates friction.
I agree with that.
So, was that Pope Phil that said that? Hey, Pope, would that be why there's so much friction around Dan?
What's
you
that?
Got to
That
admit
was Pope, was it?
Yeah.
Not NCR. Right. Okay.
It could have been. I'm not 100%. No, it could have been
Well-
NCR.
Well, whoever said it again? What are you doing with these people?
Right. Right, because there's a lot of friction around these fucking guys.
Because they've, especially the one bottom middle, has said a lot of shit that is unbelievable.
Right. Really unbelievable.
That one in the middle, down the bottom, his stuff is unbelievable. His 3-month stay in the hospital is preposterous.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now, didn't it happen? I don't know. But there's like a 1% chance or less than 1% chance that occurred.
Right.
So it becomes an unbelievable story that you actually have to prove. The same with your childhood mate's brains being blown out on your uniform.
Right.
Because that's what I can't work out. So did they enter the military together? Why did they get the same assignments if they were childhood friends?
Well, in a further disclosure, his childhood friend was Army. He wasn't Navy.
So fucking coincidence, isn't it?
It's a really high coincidence, bro.
But
That's
he
super high.
was with his childhood friend when fatal bullets. I'm assuming it was a bullet and not a bomb, because if it was a bomb, Dan would have been injured as well, because he was that close that the brains were blown out onto him.
Right.
So I'm assuming that he's talking about his friend being shot. What's the chances of that? I said 1% for his hospital story. This story, you're going into the 0.00001%.
Right. I've said it before. You have a better chance of winning the fucking lottery and getting hit by lightning while walking home with your lottery winnings.
And why has he said it? I think he said it for, because he thinks, lots of servicemen and they're well respected in the States and I've got to appeal to this audience. And I think that's why he started down this route.
Right. And I'm not only a military vet, but there's tragedy around my military history. I didn't get to finish my full service. I have heart problems. My friend's brains were blown across my uniform. It's like it's tall tale after tall tale after tall tale. I'm waiting for fucking Paul Bunyan here to roll out Babe the Blue. Might be Becca's waffle.
And what was the wrongful conviction for?
Exactly. We haven't even gotten into that one yet.
And did he get appeal? Did he appeal, or is he still a convicted whatever?
No, according to Dan, a police officer, an honest police officer, after Dan's conviction, came forward and told the truth. Now, that would mean there would have had to have been a retrial. You don't go through the whole court procedure and then somebody shows up and says, hey, I'm a cop, let this guy out of jail. This is what I saw happen. You have to have a whole new fucking trial.
Yeah, I mean, in Wales, that might have just gone to appeal, and he get appeal on that from new evidence coming in. So it depends where it happened. Did it happen in Wales? Did it happen in the States?
Right. That's right. Because
where did it happen, Dan?
Yeah,
the story
was in Norfolk.
So it was in the States. So
no, we don't know, but we know, according to Dan's story, he was stationed in Norfolk for 3 to 3.5 years. So it could have happened in the States, whatever the crime was. It could have happened when he was at Dartmouth. That's why he was out at 13 years of service, under 13 years. You just you can't tell because of the vagarity of his fucking tales. If you try to construct a timeline of his events based on what he said, it's difficult. Josh is calling. It's difficult to construct a timeline with his events and accurately pinpoint anything except his entry into the military. Even his exit date is vague because he says he didn't serve 13 years. So that could be, 12 years, 11 months. So it's hard to place the end date on the timeline. Then he claims to have been in Bosnia. He claims to have been in Norfolk for 3.5 years, and he claims to have been in Sierra Leone.
Yeah, as a naval engineer.
Right.
Which is interesting. Because naval engineers don't normally partake in land activities.
Right. Josh was a pocket dial.
Right.
Let's roll this beautiful bean footage.
My twin, are you talking about Brooklyn audits?
Yeah, he's talking about Brooklyn audits and him are letting
I've always liked Brooklyn
everyone
audits.
know
He
about
and I always got
Coded and Wrangler.
Wait, what?
They have a thing with Coded and Wrangler.
Oh.
Now, Brooklyn Audits has a thing with Coded and Wrangler. This is the first time I've ever said Brooklyn Audits channel name. I don't know him, don't know who he is. I think he's the guy that stole the orange from the fruit stand. That's about all I know about the guy. I know people are talking about him, the rest of the shit. I know he comes off as kind of a dickhead. I've never interacted with the guy. I have no beef with the fucking guy. I've never covered him. Wrangler probably has, but it's this Wrangler and I are loosely associated. Our shows don't really overlap. We pop in, we say hi to each other if we're watching each other's programs. Wrangler's been up on my channel. I gave Wrangler a positive nod when he did his apology broadcast because a lot of his trials and tribulations were involved with substance abuse. And I have a past of alcoholism, which I really have. I would not call myself a recovering alcoholic. I know people say that. I know why they say that, because you can relapse at any point in time. I haven't touched that shit in decades, and there will never be a fucking situation under which I touch that shit. So at this point in my life, I don't consider myself to be recovering alcoholic. I don't consider myself to be an alcoholic. I'm done with that shit. I haven't touched it. And I was there to support Wrangler when he did his apology stream, because I know it's important to have someone who has had a substance abuse problem to help support you when you're in times of trouble, because that's when it's easy to slide back into the substance abuse issue you had. If it's going to happen at any time, it's not going to happen when things are really good for you. It's going to happen when it feels like the world is caving in on you, because the whole thing is a retreat from reality. So now, because I did that, because out of empathy and understanding for the situation that Frauditor Wrangler was in, because I stepped up and showed him support as an individual who has had a similar experience, now Dan is portraying it as though, we're Batman and fucking Robin or something, or Butch Cassidy and the fucking Sundance Kid. Wrangler and I together, we talk behind the scenes, but Wrangler's got his own group of people and his own support group. I just stepped up because I have had a substance abuse problem, and this is what we're supposed to do for each other as we move through life, carrying the baggage we've carried. So this fucking constant shit with Dan to spread these fucking lies. I don't know shit about Brooklyn Auditors, never interacted with him. Today is the first time I ever fucking said his name. Dan, you're a piece of shit fucking liar. And now you're including other people in the fucking lies you're telling about me. The end of August, Dan. I'm not going to be very fucking far from you. You want to give me an address and we'll get together? Because I'd like to talk to you face to face about the shit you're fucking saying. And I will be in your neck of the woods at the end of August. So you give a fucking address. You give an address, a place you want to fuck. I'll meet you at the Porky's fucking pork stand. I will gladly fucking meet you there, you chicken shit little fuck.
Opposed. They're fighting each other.
Really? Oh.
Yeah. They don't like Coded and Wrangler either. And I know at some point,
Brooklyn and I have always gotten along. We've been on panels together. We've always been cool with each other. I did talk to him about the whole fruit thing, and then we just let it go because I just had a question. He answered, and then I just let it go. I still think it's hilarious, but I don't keep talking about it. But yeah, no, he and I have always gotten along. We've always been pretty cool. So that's interesting.
What's interesting?
So
Holden McGroin, that's.
Go ahead.
What's interesting, and I may be wrong, but I think I'm right, that prior to this stream and her undying love for Brooklyn Audit, cool man, Brooklyn Audit took his child to a sausage eating contest on July the 4th.
Yeah, that was his last encounter with.
And he decided to be an arse with his child in tow. He did an audit with his child in tow and got arrested.
Right.
With his child in tow. He was lucky the child meant that he just got a citation, I think. They felt sorry for the child. Now, you're supposedly a mother. I've never really. You don't give the impression of someone that does a lot of mothering, to be perfectly honest.
Yep, I would agree with that. I think she does have like a 4-year-old child.
Yeah, but there's one thing having a 4-year-old child. I mean, I'm not sure if a lot of the mothering is done by the people. She lives with family, doesn't she?
Right.
She hasn't grown up. She's a 39-year-old woman with a child.
She's a child for all intents and purposes. She's a child with a child.
Let's talk about. She's actually an American, not living an American way of life, but living a Filipino way of life. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
The next, you don't look after your own children. You might go to another country to work or something. Well, your parents look after the children.
It's typical in most of the Southeast Asian countries because they do have to go. There's a large portion of each population that does have to go overseas to work. You see it in Vietnam, you see it in Laos, you see it in the Philippines, you see it in Thailand too. They all. Like there's a lot of foreigners in Singapore. There's a lot of Southeast Asian foreigners in Hong Kong. There's a lot of Southeast Asian foreigners in Japan, Taiwan, and China also. So the nuclear family and the extended nuclear family is still very much intact in Southeast Asia. And you do have a lot of situations where grandparents raise children and the children's parents weren't raised by their parents. They were actually raised by their grandparents, especially in the rural areas, because the elderly stay home. They can't do the physical work anymore. So while mom and dad are doing the farming, plowing fields, planting rice, if you've ever seen rice planted by hand, it's a labor intensive practice. So the young kids are with the grandparents. They're not with mom and dad.
But it's interesting that she should plump on the orange thief bit, but forget that he actually is a piece of shit who almost, probably caused some trauma to his child there for a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. Because I'm sure the kid wasn't with dad the whole time. I'm sure the police took the kid off to the side. I'm sure they talked to him a little too and made sure that he was all right and his state of well-being. They definitely checked on that.
Yeah. Interesting.
He's lucky he went home with his kid that day.
But I'm all right being on panel with him, because if I'm on panel with him, I'm extending my reach, and I might get a few subscribers who then might drop me a few dollars.
Right. That's the witch of eBay way. All right, a couple more minutes to go. Let me roll this footage.
It's easy. I was an engineer, and then I did some other shit.
What's up, dude?
That's it. I have no idea why everyone is so obsessed with my military service. It's easy.
So how is Bosnia?
Hell on earth.
Or I'm sorry, Falkland, the Falkland War. That was the
Kosovo.
Falkland War. Yeah, Kosovo. There we go.
Kosovo, from what I've been told, was actually not too bad, except for the fact it did scare the crap out of a friend of mine.
So Dan wasn't in Kosovo. He just claimed to have been in Bosnia. Where would a Navy guy be in Bosnia, Frog?
That's what I can't work out, especially a naval engineer.
Right.
You see, much like your Marines, our Royal Marines, who are Navy, there would make great sense for them to be on the land in Bosnia, because they're a fighting force.
Yep.
He is not a fighting force, man.
Right.
Unless he's going to tell us that he is. He was a mine clearer or something. But the way he talks about being an engineer, it's like he was involved in. Well, he can tell us, can't he? But he doesn't. That's the problem. But I'm not interested in that. What I'm interested in is his childhood friend's brains.
Right.
That's what interests me, Dan.
Yeah, we'd like to know more, Dan.
Not really your military history. Why were you in Norfolk? So just an interesting posting.
Yeah.
Why don't you tell us more? Why don't you tell us more about it?
Right. He claims to have met Schrodinger's cat while he was in Norfolk.
That's a coincidence, isn't it?
Yeah, big coincidence. Well, Dan's life is nothing but coincidences. The claim was made after Schrodinger's cat was deceased, so There's really no way it can be disputed. Schrodinger's cat was deceased, so there's audience members up for grabs. But Dan makes this erroneous fucking correlation, claims he has a picture with him. Hey, Dan, smudge your fucking head out. You smudge your fucking head out and show the picture of Schrodinger's cat, you fucking liar.
But why does his head need to be smudged out? We know what it looks like.
Yeah, exactly. You're right. I was just thinking, don't dox yourself. Yeah, show the fucking picture, Dan. Show the picture of you and Schrodinger's cat. Blur out every other face in the fucking picture. Schrodinger's cat's not going to give you shit for showing his picture. You're a fucking liar, Dan. You're a fucking liar.
Who was being given stupid orders that ran the risk of starting World War III.
See, now because you said your friend was in Kosovo, that means that you were also in Kosovo.
Just go back on that one. His friend was given stupid orders that ran the risk of starting World War III. Did he just say that?
He fucking said it. He said it. Hold on, let's play it.
Hang on, you need to rewind that.
I'm gonna hang on.
That's usually the logic. No, I know that, but I'm saying that's other people's logic. And Russian,
I didn't wrangler either. And I know at some point,
Brooklyn and I have always gotten along. We've been on panels together. We've always been cool with each other. I mean, I did talk to him about the whole fruit thing, and then we just let it go because I just had a question. He answered, and then I just let it go. I still think it's hilarious, but I don't keep talking about it. But yeah, no, he and I have always gotten along. We've always been pretty cool. So that's interesting. Okay. So
Holden McGroin, that's easy. I was an engineer. And then I did some other shit.
What's up, dude?
That's it. I have no idea why everyone is so obsessed with my military service. It's easy.
So how is Bosnia?
Hell on earth.
Or I'm sorry, Falkland, the Falkland War. That was the
Kosovo.
Falkland War. Yeah, Kosovo, there we go.
Kosovo, from what I've been told, was actually not too bad, except for the fact it did scare the crap out of a friend of mine who was being given stupid orders that ran the risk of starting World War III.
See, now because you said your friend was in Kosovo, that means that you were also in Kosovo.
He did. He said his friend was given stupid orders that almost started World War III.
Yeah, he didn't say he was in Kosovo, though.
Right.
But that's another story. That's another. It's just, I've got to make this more interesting.
The only thing that could have unleashed World War III would be the orders to detonate a nuclear device.
Yeah.
That would be it.
Yeah. Evidence, Dan.
There would be a fucking report of that. People would know about that. There was a sub commander that got the green light to fire a nuclear weapon at the U.S. during the Cuban Missile Crisis. It was a while after, but it was fucking reported. That guy refused to fucking do it.
I don't know why he says it. Why does he say it?
Because live, I think he can't get shit right without being scripted. And I think he's prone to exaggeration. He says very vague, grandiose shit. His friend almost started World War III. Did his friend not do what he was ordered to do? Was his friend court-martialed? There's a big fucking story there, not just a one line, my friend got orders that almost started World War III and it scared the shit out of him. There's way more to that. And his audience isn't like, tell us the fucking story.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's the obvious next step, isn't it?
Right, yeah. What do you mean almost started World War III?
Yeah,
I want to hear
what
that
happened?
fucking story. Yeah.
What happened? Yeah.
Right.
Tell us what happened.
Right.
I mean,
They
he can
just-
do that without doxing his friend, can't he?
Right, but they just sit there with their thumb up their ass going, oh my God, Dan led a very interesting life. I don't want to hear the details.
I mean, if it's as scary as he suggests, he's possibly just breached our Official Secrets Act.
And there's 5 other people sitting here that just let the fucking statement, my friend almost caused World War III, they just let it blow right by like it was no big deal. Oh, that shit happens all the time.
So, were you in the military when he told you this? If you were in the military when he told you this, so you'll still be covered by the Official Secrets Act. So him telling you this possibly isn't him breaching the Official Secrets Act, but have you just broken the Official Secrets Act, Dan? If it happened, which it probably didn't happen, but because you were just making stories. But yeah,
it's crazy. The shit that this guy says is fucking crazy. My friend almost started World War III. This is the first time I've heard that story. I've never heard that one before.
it's weird, isn't it?
Yeah, real weird.
No,
That's usually the logic. No, I know that, but I'm saying that's other people's logic. And Russian, which one? Oh, nice. Russian. I'm kind of keeping it to. Well, I was keeping it to 5, and then Dan decided to show up. So I'm keeping it to 6 right now. I don't normally like having a huge panel because it gets crazy. So stick around, and it's if and when someone's drops, then yes, you can come up. As long as you're nice. Don't be a bitch, because we'll be a bitch right back. I am seriously, guys. I am seriously to the point of just not caring anymore. I am not going to sugarcoat things. I am not going to take people's bullshit. If you want to talk shit on me all you want. Do not expect me to not talk shit on you back.
I'm going to talk shit on you, Witch. You feel free to talk shit on me because you ain't any good at it. The gloves are off. The gloves are off, Witch. We're fucking trembling over here, honey.
I'm way past the point of caring now. I really
Wait,
am.
does this mean I'm no longer allowed to talk shit about you?
Oh, you can. I'll just talk shit on you too.
Oh.
Well,
damn it, now I've
Holden
got to
was
stop
roaring.
all these rumors I've started.
I'm about to eat my dinner.
No one said that.
Yeah.
I'm about to eat my dinner, so I'm gonna go ahead and drop off. Make
Oh,
room
okay,
for
well-
somebody else. Appreciate y'all having me. It was good.
What
Dan,
the
I'll see you in a little
hell
bit.
is
Just
that?
Yeah, what
Don't
is
worry about it. It's rice,
What?
chicken, and a bunch of
What
seasonings.
war
So,
crime is that?
this is there's a bunch of seasonings on it.
Dude.
Yeah, I'm not so sure.
I bet you
might
it's I
find
bet you it's better than porridge. I don't want to hear it.
Who the hell eats porridge?
Yeah, okay.
Like
Anyway,
Tangerine. Look
I'ma
up
enjoy
what
my
Tangerine is.
I'm gonna enjoy my food in peace without my eyebrows, and I'll holler at y'all later.
Hi.
See you, Wars.
That's what it was.
Oh, my God.
No, technically, a gun is a piece of field artillery. You don't put bullets in a gun. A gun is one of those big, massive things that go boom and fire shells at the enemy.
Excuse me? It is not necessarily a piece of field artillery.
Not
We
just,
have
but,
them on the front deck.
Mm-hmm. But generally, you don't put bullets in them. You put
No,
bullets in
what
a
you
rifle
do.
or in a
It would
pistol
rattle
or
around a bit.
Thank you, Sammy.
Oh, I see how it is. Fine.
I
Right, hang
do.
on. Where's my ban hammer? Right. I'm joking.
Don't worry, I
I
would
do
unban
find
you
it
immediately.
funny
She bloody wouldn't.
how, over a course of months, Coded and them have made over 40 videos about me.
Coded and them. Who's and them? Why are you lumping me in with a generic group of fucking who knows who? How many videos have you made about Chili in the last couple months, Dan? He a everyday feature on your fucking broadcast. So whatever you about to say about me right now, you better apply it to yourself coming from Chili, because you done way more fucking Chili streams than I've done fucking Simp Boy Dan streams.
And yet he
I
says
do find that funny.
Yet he says he doesn't care.
Uh-huh.
Which I do not fucking care about you. And you're going to find out how little I care if you keep sticking the stick in the hornet's nest and then cry like a little bitch when you get stung.
Oh,
we had great fun looking at his messages earlier.
What's that, Phil?
It gets even better. He's even done segments on me.
Yeah.
I'm just a jackass on the internet.
I don't know if I ever really did a segment on Pope Phil other than pointing out the fact that the first time you talked to Shiz, you constantly referred to her as Jizz. And you're literally old enough to be her father. And it's creepy fucking weird the way you sexualize shit about Shiz when you were talking to Shiz and the way you continue to fucking do it. I would be surprised if your fucking wife knows how you talk.
Well, it's because
On
you call
segments
yourself
on
the Pope. That's because you were Pope.
I know,
Like,
but I'm
oh
just
my
saying.
God.
I'm not a creator.
Don't forget the segments
I don't
on
have a following.
Steve.
I don't have a challenge. Yeah, he goes after Steve Miller from Steve Miller Talks. Very small channel. I don't get it. It's
Leave him
baffling to me.
alone.
Steve did commit the ultimate crime, of course. He
Calling
happens
him
to be
his
friends.
biggest fan.
No,
Yes, he is. Yes, he is.
Steve happens to be a friend, therefore that's the ultimate sin you can commit.
Mm-hmm.
No, Dan, it doesn't have much to do with you, and it has more to do with the dynamic of you training people to fucking simp and lie for you. And when I catch them doing it, I call them out on it. If you want to call that attacking people, feel free to call it attacking people. I don't give a fuck what you call anything anymore, because you don't tell the fucking truth about nothing.
You know why he really came on my radar, Dan,
Why?
and this Pope Phil. It's obviously when he went up on, I think was it Fraudita Reaper or Miss Mandy's panel just after Fraudita Reaper had broken. Two of them appeared on Fraudita Reaper's stream.
Was it Reapers? I remember watching it.
I can't remember if it was Reapers or Mandy's, but that's irrelevant. But he went up there, and that was a outright show of support for. Sorry. Did I just have another Tourette's fit?
You may have. I heard a story that maybe there was some e-bagging or, behind the scenes asking for money for Fraudita Reaper to be able to purchase Suboxone for herself.
So that's when he first sort of, why has he done that? That doesn't make any sense.
Right.
She's obviously a piece of shit. There's obvious people out there. There's a creator that I think I've done Virgo Triad, Vilified Freedom, and Fraudita Reaper. Those are the three that have interested me to actually delve a little bit into and expose.
Well, it's a nice little cadre of villainry going on there. Yeah, have at it, bro.
And then immediately after Fraudita Reaper breaks, you're up there with Fraudita Reaper,
Right.
And I'm thinking, well, why? She's a piece of shit. You can support her in the background, maybe, because you made friends with her, these unreal internet friends. Because you're not really friends with her.
Well,
But
They've had overlap since January of this year.
Right, that's it, is it?
Yeah.
So the sensible thing to have done would have been to just either be quiet or to talk about her, like I talked about Fraudit Wrangler. You know,
right?
I wasn't quiet about Fraudit Wrangler. I think I'll state it again. I think he should have put that information out front and center when he started his channel.
It would have been way better for him if he did. It would have been even better for him. It would have been the best he could have done was, like you said, put it out in advance. The next best he could have done, I could understand why he wouldn't put it out in advance, because it could be a channel. It could be a channel killer.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're hesitant to put it out in advance, then as you're talking, do what I did. Slowly reveal it. Because once it's out there, it really can't be used against you unless you don't tell the fucking truth about it, like Reaper did with the fucking shoplifting thing and said it was only a $17 pack of chicken when it turned out it was $157 fucking shopping cart loaded full of shit. That it wasn't a oops, I forgot to get this rung up. It was the police and the report said you evaded all points of purchase and wheeled the cart out the fucking door. So your story about you paid for everything, but the chicken breast somehow didn't get rung up is blown out the fucking water right there. The police report says you didn't pay for shit and you went out of your way to avoid going through a register lane. So, you know, my advice is disclose the shit that's negative. If you can't do it all up front, it's understandable, but you got to reveal it as you go, because it's just going to be used to sink your fucking boat if you don't.
Yeah. And you can't take on. There'll be others out there, and no one person can do them all.
Right. And what do you want to do? Spend 5-6 years building a fucking 50, 75,000 subscriber channel just to have it get fucking blown up because somebody figures out your fucking past?
And that's his. You see, this is Dan's problem now because he's told these stories.
Yep.
And there's more than one story.
And he added to it today with his buddy almost started World War III shit.
Exactly. That's another story, isn't it? We got lots of stories, yeah.
Right. That's a whole new one.
They're all, they're to boost. They're all designed to boost him, to boost his image. But they're going to be held over you, Dan, unless you prove them now.
Right.
And if you don't prove them, Dan, your channel's going to just bumble along as it is at the moment with the 120, 150 people watching you, and sending you those donations. And eventually they get fed up with that and go on to something else.
Yeah, they'll move on to something newer, more. Probably they'll move on to someone who tells better lies than you do.
Well, and also probably a better presenter, I mean, he hasn't got any charisma, has he? Let's face it.
No, he really doesn't. He doesn't. He got a little pop in subscribers when Chili, I don't even know if Chili actually named him on the lawsuit. That might be a stretch too. He named one of Dan's videos, but I don't think he actually named Dan in the lawsuit.
So he named Dan as much as he named me.
Right.
And that's probably the first time I've ever, said he's named me. No, I've never even bothered looking at his long list of YouTube videos.
Right.
But I know because I was, a number of copyright strikes from him, and I was most of them on videos that have major changes on them. So I could have fought them, and I would fight them in the future, Chili, because I've learned from Team Skeptic.
Yeah, how to do it.
Yeah, how to do it.
Too. He struck. It was my favorite fucking video too. I set a Chili ranting where he mentioned something about, are you masturbating while you're looking at me? And then he banged his fist up the underside of the table or desk he was at. And when he did that, the tune Psycho Killer came in my head by the Talking Heads. And I took that clip and I set it to the Talking Heads Psycho Killer. It made him look like a fucking nut job. And he copyright struck it to get it down. I didn't know what to do, so I just let it get struck.
One that he possibly had a valid, and it was my favorite video of his. Someone was driving him and scared the shit out of him.
Yeah. That was that's Zayner. That was when he was in New Hampshire heading to Boston.
Was that Zayner?
Yeah, that was Zayner. That was driving.
And they scared the shit out of him. It was so funny.
Yeah.
I think I still might have the original of that.
Oh, definitely. If you can get pass that to me. I'd love to fucking see that. That's the one you got copyright struck on.
I got copyright struck on more than that, so I will be in that list.
Right.
But I've not bothered, looking for the URLs of the specific videos to see, I suppose I don't have the hard on for him that Dan does.
No. I mean, you're not even a fucking U.S. citizen, so not gonna. And Chile hasn't been successful in a fucking lawsuit, even remotely close.
But he didn't name us on we were just in the copyrighted list of copyrighted videos, weren't we? We weren't named on the lawsuit.
Yeah, I don't actually. I might have been. I never checked the list.
Exactly. You're like me.
Right, I could be.
You're exactly like me at the moment. That I'm thinking, well, yeah, I'm as much on the lawsuit as he is because it was all the fucking videos.
Right. Yeah, I got struck by him. I never even thought to check the list.
Well, I think the list. I believe the list is of all his original videos. Yeah.
Right.
So you would have used content from one of those URLs to make your video.
I used 3 minutes of like a 3-hour long video.
Yeah.
And it literally was the most of all the videos I made, it was the most transformative work. And I let YouTube take it down, so I don't think he has grounds to sue me. That's why that's why I never checked. But I mean, I could be on the fucking list now that you mentioned it.
Yeah, but you weren't sued.
No,
because you weren't named and you haven't been served,
right.
Which is exactly the same as Dan's position. So he hasn't been sued.
Right. Yeah, you're right. Dan hasn't been served. Yeah, it's so fucking stupid, this shit. I'm glad I got the fuck away from Chile and stopped covering them because it's just mayhem now. It literally is just mayhem. He's just repeating the same shit he did a year ago.
Oh, in terms of his cop watching, the videos that he puts out, I don't do much. In some of the lawsuits, still have some interest. So,
right, but they're all. I mean, what's left? The Eunice Lofty thing got dismissed, right?
That's still pending. I think the final now.
Okay.
But Wagner was dismissed today.
Yeah.
So that's gone. Kate has been dismissed, and he hasn't refiled in California yet. And whether he will do, I don't know.
But she's still being sued as part of the copyright lawsuit.
Yeah.
And he has her name, address, and all that shit. So I don't know if he has to serve her on that. She might have actually acknowledged she was. I'm not going to talk about that because I don't know for sure.
Yeah.
All right, let's get these last moments done. God damn, I can't get this video finished today.
Well, right, and I get that that's why he goes after me because of my association with you. All I'm saying is I'm a nobody. I'm a jackass on the internet.
Hey,
I'm just a fan.
Yeah, we all are. I'm not going to pretend I'm some big ass, channel or whatever. I'm nobody too. Like, that's the thing. Like,
If you're legitimately nobody, then why do you give a fuck what people say about you? You're fucking nobody. You see how your words and your actions, the little self-deprecating attempt at humility. Oh, I'm nobody. But then you act like you're something important because your feathers get all fucking ruffled if somebody says something about you. See, the words and the actions don't fucking jive with you guys.
And why did you go on Fraud as a Troll yesterday? That's because you want to be a somebody.
I'm so glad you brought that up. I still got to go take a look at that.
He privatized it.
Oh yeah, that's
so
right.
Whether she'll be on the cut version, I don't know, but
yeah, that's.
I didn't really hear her speak, but she was, she was there.
She's a fucking moron. You're getting cut, Witch. Don't worry about that.
You want to bitch about me just because I have an opinion different than yours, or I'm going to make fun of you because your opinion is different? Or
isn't that why you're bitching about me? Because my opinion is different than yours? Your opinion is that Dan is some great thing who doesn't have to show any receipts for the claims he made. My opinion is if you don't show receipts, like you say about everybody else, you're bullshit till you prove it. So is that why you're doing this today, Witch? Because you have a different opinion than me? See how your words and your actions don't fucking line up very well.
Maybe because your opinion is just kind of flat out wrong in certain cases.
He likes to bitch about you because you
oh dear
you've got
God, Stone Vet can debate.
Jim.
Wait,
Jim wouldn't last. Jim wouldn't last with a debate with Stone Vet.
Wait.
Stone
This
Vet
isn't
doesn't
the
want
flow.
to debate.
Yeah, this isn't the flow, right? This is.
No, Stone Vet does not want to debate you guys. He wants to poke you with a stick and make fun of you when you go, ow, quit it. Ow, quit it. Because Stone Vet's greatest line about you, Dan, is probably the most truthful thing I've ever heard. Stone Vet said if he walked up and punched you and punched you and punched you and punched you, your response would be to sit there and hope that eventually Josh got tired of punching you. Because you that kind of fucking cunt, bro.
This isn't the flow that I've had conversations with on Discord, and it's like super awesome and cool and stuff, right? It's not her, right? This is another flow that I'm thinking of, right? I hope so, because I'd be really disappointed if it was the flow I'm thinking of. I'm just saying. Just saying.
I'm getting your problem is, Floby, Stone Vet doesn't want to debate. Him and Coded want to come and have a fight with me at an airport.
Okay, this is total bullshit. My statement was I have a lot of military people in my family. We have a long history of military in my family. I have 2 cousins, Marine Corps, who would like to meet you at an airport and talk to you about the things you said about fucking Wrangler. They don't like what you did. That's what I said. So if you want to let me know, Denver would be really appropriate because that would be the shortest trip for them. So if you come in through Denver, let me know. My cousins want to say hey to you. They want to understand why you did the shit you did to fucking Wrangler. Nobody said nothing about fucking beating you up. Nobody would beat you up. You're a pathetic little fucking palsy. Yelling at you would get the cowering, simpering response that we're looking for.
Oh yeah.
I thought it was showing your I thought it was showing your picture around the various hospitals.
That too.
No.
Another one you got wrong. We had boots on the ground in Wales showing your picture in what we thought was your geographic area, trying to see if anybody recognized you. And I think word got back to you, Dan, that we were doing that because you commented about it.
From what I understood, it was they wanted to find Dan, get him to come to an airport so they could fight him and get him deported.
Holy shit. The lies you guys make up on Discord are getting fucking amazing. You should write a children's book. You might make some fucking money.
Right. I'm sorry, I forgot to laugh. Ha ha ha.
Well,
Mark, the only thing you're laughing at is the stories that fucking Dan made up and circulated via Discord. And you're probably part of that shit, Mark. You're laughing at yourself.
coming from a Florida man, that's even insane in my books.
That's saying a lot, NTR. That's saying a lot.
Yeah, seriously.
Yeah.
Of course they wouldn't. That requires work
Mm-hmm.
and effort.
Also requires a functioning brain cell.
But isn't coded like Tommy from Martin? He ain't got no job.
No, he's a farmer. He's a farmer. He has a
I'm
job.
just waiting for one of them to request your
He's a valet.
DD-214.
He parks other people's cars.
Oh,
It's called a valet, not a valet, you dumb fuck. And I do that. I do that. And I have no problem saying I do that. Dipshit. I can make fucking on a middle of the week, weekday night, I can walk away with $300 cash in my fucking pocket for 5 hours worth of work. Why wouldn't I fucking do that? Why wouldn't I? That's tip money. That's not even my hourly fucking pay rate. I can do that whenever the fuck I want to. I do more than that for the company I work for. You just don't seem to be able to understand what I fucking do, even though I've explained it several fucking times. I collect and handle fucking cash, and I make sure it gets to where it's supposed to fucking be, Dan. Dipshit. Money. The shit you know nothing about, Dan.
I don't know.
A valet?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's his job. All this nonsense about being a farmer. Yeah, nah.
Well,
I've heard it.
I own 5 multi-acre properties in 5 Southeast Asian countries. They're all agricultural properties. I'm not a farmer. And I've said in the past, I'm not really a farmer. I'm a soil amendment expert. That's where my expertise is. It's called regenerative agriculture. Probably one of the leading guys in the field right now. You can catch YouTube videos for. His name is Gabe Brown. Amazing fucking guy. Literally an amazing guy. It's all about reincorporating carbons into the soil so that the soil can hold actual water instead of when we have monsoon style rains in Southeast Asia, watching the topsoil. And the first thing that happens is the ground gets so fucking hard there during the dry season. The first heavy rain just pounds the fucking ground, and any organic material on top of the ground rises as the paddies flood, and then it floats away. You lose your carbon material. Generations of rice farming have depleted the fucking ground of any real ability to grow substantial healthy crop without dumping fucking fertilizer all over it. What I do is the focus is on getting away from planting for a number of years and move toward planting orchard style trees, a lot of pomelo, calamansa. I have a lot of Meyer lemons, a lot of trees. As the trees get 2-3 years old, you bring goats in. The goats will limb up the trees for you as high as they can reach. So you raise your canopy, and then after that, it's getting the native grasses to grow again, because the native grasses are the grasses with the deep root. So, don't fucking tell me I don't know shit about farming while you sit in your fucking behind your desk all day on your fucking squeaky chair watching Blecka vibrate a tired vagina that she shopped out to a multitude of YouTube creators. You fucking dope.
And talk about farming, and yeah, he doesn't know one end of the shovel from the other.
Would you say he's a shit farmer?
In more ways than one. Yeah.
I mean, he
NCR, you fuck. Now you're on my fucking list. Shit farmer. Now you're on my fucking list, you little douche. You're a fucking douche. You're a fucking douche. The most shit I've seen in a long time is your fucking bullshit.
Can I ask you a question, Coded?
Yeah, go ahead.
And it's up to you whether you answer. You said you've divested of assets.
Yeah.
In the past. So do you own, or are they in some sort of trust ownership, or what?
I explained it partially in the past. When I decided to travel before I met my wife, I wanted to see the world. I did start to divest a lot of my assets, and the way I did it was I have college buddies, and the guys I grew up with in my neighborhood have all done really well for themselves. So as we scattered to the wind across the country, we all wound up pretty much in major metro areas: New York City, Boston, down here, Atlanta. When I first came down to the South, I got people in Austin that I know. I got relatives in Colorado. I got a buddy who's all the way out in San Fran. So I approached like a lot of my friends, and I was like, look, so-and-so wanted to get out of San Francisco, wanted to buy a couple of acres of farmland, but couldn't really afford the payments on it. So I bought the fucking land. All they have to do is take care of the property. And when my son turns 21, if he wants to keep the property, they have to deed him half of the property. If he wants to sell the property and take the money, which is up to him, he can do it if he wants, then my friend who owns the property has the first right to purchase at fair market value. If they don't want to purchase and only want to keep the half, then the half gets sold on the open market. My son doesn't have to do any of the selling and the work and shit. It's built into the deal with the person who has ownership of the property currently, that at my son's request, they have the burden of liquidation. So I did that with a lot of friends in the U.S. because I didn't want to go overseas. I didn't want to have somebody, because the trips I planned were 3 to 6 months in a lot of third world spots. So I didn't want anybody to, get my name, run an asset search. I didn't want to get fucking kidnapped. Right? Still to this day, in a couple countries, there are U.S. State Department warnings, about areas not to go to. And if you go there, the State Department isn't going to do shit about it if you get fucking kidnapped, because they warned you not to go there. So there were places I wanted to go that the State Department said, don't fucking go. So I divested myself of a lot of my assets because I didn't want to be a fucking kidnap target. So it worked out so well that, like, in a couple places I have, 2 of them are literally like a small size, you know what a Quonset hut is?
No, I don't actually.
It's a building that's basically half a cylinder.
Right, yeah.
And then the ends are flat. So you can set these up really simple, pour a slab, and then you have your rebar up out of the slab.
Right.
You weld to that existing rebar. You line outside, inside of the rebar with chicken wire. And then you'll metal frame a door jamb and your windows. And the rest of it is ferro cement. It's low cost, last forever housing. So I have a couple of those set up in, wooded areas. You don't want them out in direct sunlight because they heat up pretty bad. They're good in the wintertime, but in the summer, it's hard to be inside without a fucking air conditioner, because you can feel the concrete radiating the heat from the sunlight. So that model worked well for me. So when I met my wife, I portioned out money for her and I and set that aside. She has control over that. But then I started buying. She has 5 sisters. None of them are in their home country. They all married foreigners while they were working overseas. My wife comes from a state of. My wife grew up in abject poverty. So they went overseas to work. Their wives, the sisters, met guys that were, natives of the countries they were working in. They wound up getting married. I did the same routine with them, only I bought slightly bigger pieces of property because those properties had to be income generating farm properties. And that's when I got initiated into the whole Southeast Asian farming, which is really Spanish methodology that's like 300 years old. Like there's been no innovation in farming in most of Southeast Asia for a long time. So, I mean, I've plowed with Carabao. I've plowed with a tractor. Your significant other, ask her if she knows what a caligleg is. I got a lot of time behind a caligleg. That's what you use to prep the ground after you've plowed it to get that kind of swampy, muddy consistency for a rice paddy. So that when you drop those blades. Have you ever planted rice?
No, but I've seen it, and I've seen, the I call them oxen, but is that what you call Carabao?
Yeah.
Carabao, yeah.
It's closer to a water buffalo than an ox.
Yeah, I was going to say like a water buffalo, very much. Yeah,
right. Because they do have a breed of cow. I think it's a Brahma bull. I think it's an Indian breed that are all over my area. They plow with them too, but they can't take the fucking heat. You can work a Carabao a longer length of the day than you can a cow. So the Carabao's a little more popular, but it's a big fucking animal. So, that's basically how I wound up with having properties in different countries. It was purchasing for my my wife's sisters and their husbands. And then, the same deal is set up. Could I get fucked? Yeah, I could get fucked. But
that's good. That's a good name, fucked.
Right. So, I mean, I've learned a lot about farming in the last 10 or 15 years, more than I thought I was ever going to know. But my gig is, I really like the aquaponic thing. I started an aquaponic setup, I think probably 5 or 6 years ago, with 25 Blue Nile tilapia. I literally have thousands of fucking fish now.
You see, now, before Dan proves his brains on a uniform, he's going to say, well, Cody's got approval of that. And but I'm afraid, Dan, Cody's... It makes sense. It all makes sense. It all fits. There's not this making up stories and then doing something that's slightly different. And actually, I will say, really supporting the wrong ones, the wrong ones for the wrong reasons.
All the support is based on how much cash you could potentially generate or help, the flow.
But no, where I said supporting the wrong ones for the wrong reasons, they continue to support a liar in Fraud to Reaper.
Yeah,
outright lies day after day, continuing to lie day after day.
Well, and after the Dogtective phone call between Dogtective and Miss Mandy, Miss Mandy's every bit the fucking liar, fraud, or the Reaper is, maybe worse.
And you could say, well, Cody supports Fraudit Wrangler. Well, he gave an explanation as to why he recognises the addict and is supporting the recovering addict. I bet if he finds that Fraudit Wrangler has lied, he will be severely disappointed.
Florida Wrangler already knows that.
Exactly. So if there is a lie, then I think, you've got to find the lie, and you've got to prove that the person is lying. Now, Frauditer Reaper continues to lie. As far as I'm aware, no, because I would call Frauditer Wrangler out if he lied. I would call him out. I might do it on a community post or something like that. I mean, the obvious lie is the obvious potential lie is what you have said is stolen valor, Dan. I don't know. I'm not investigating. Can't investigate everyone. But, I don't know if it's true or not. What we do know is he's a vet.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. And there's no evidence of a continuing habit.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, an issue with an ongoing issue with substance abuse does go a long way to explain why a person's always begging for fucking money. Bad habits break wallets. Yeah, Dan, let's hear a fucking genuine recounting of something from your past that you've already referenced. Authenticate yourself, Dan.
From what it sounds like, he knows a lot of manure.
Wow.
He eats a lot of manure.
He also
Watch, he's gonna talk
thinks
so much
it's
shit about
really appropriate to brag about making money off other people's deaths and suffering.
Huh?
Oh, yeah. One of his claims is he made money off what happened in Bhopal.
Bhopal.
Bhopal is the worst man-made disaster to ever hit the planet. It makes Chernobyl look like a walk in the park. In Bhopal, a U.S. chemical company managed to kill over 5,000 people in one night and has disabled somewhere, because the numbers are a bit iffy, between 100,000 and 500,000 people.
Mm-hmm.
They have permanently contaminated the whole region's water supply.
Where was this?
About permanently.
Bhopal in India.
Union Carbide's the name of the company. Bhopal, India. It was a major trade I made early as a broker. I didn't go to Bhopal and rupture the tank, so I don't know how you're saying that I profited off people's deaths. When I became aware of the fact that Union Carbide stock had dropped from $50-something a share to lower than its book value. The book value was $16 a share. I started buying Union Carbide for my clients when it was at around $9.75. I think was the lowest price point I recall purchasing at. But I purchased between $9.75 and $12. The people were already dead. I didn't have anything to do with that. I'm supposed to invest clients' money and maximize their rate of return. I had an opportunity, a Dow 30 company. I had an opportunity to purchase $1 worth of assets for 50 cents. $9.75 trading price, $16 book value. Little over 50 cents. It would be a fool not to fucking buy it. I didn't kill anyone. Union Carbide didn't intentionally kill anyone in Bhopal, India. These things happen. It's part of the whole thing. Dan, you were in the fucking military. So What do you think your paychecks were based on, Dan? You hypocritical little fuck. You're directly involved in the killing of people in the military. I traded a company whose value, price per share to book value, was wildly, wildly undervalued. The damage had already been done. Me not buying the stock wasn't going to bring anybody back to life. You, Dan, sat on a fucking ship way offshore where nobody could touch you and fired Volkswagen-sized ammunition shells at fucking indiscriminate targets, not knowing for sure whether you would kill soldiers or civilians. So go fuck yourself, Dan. Go fuck yourself. I am further detached from killing. I have nothing to do with it than you are, you fucking bomber. You fucking sit offshore like a fucking coward where no one could touch you and bomb what you hoped were only military targets. You fucking piece of shit.
Carbide in
Oh,
1984.
Okay. And he made money off of that?
That's what he's gone on live streams and said, and thinks this is a good thing.
Oh, it's better than making a paycheck killing people, Dan. Directly fucking killing people, right? Dan, that's what you did for a living. Dan, that's what you got paid to fucking do. Make sure the machinery that does the fucking killing stayed operational. Shitbag.
Oh. Okay then. Well, he likes to laugh at other people's misfortunes, so I guess that makes sense.
I don't, to be honest with you, Witch. I don't mind laughing at people like your misfortunes because you're a fucking god mocker, Witch of Heart. You're a fucking god mocker. You're a little piece of shit. And you're constantly in this woe is me calamity shit. Let me tell you something God said. It's written in the scripture. Because you did not want to listen to my wisdom, when calamity strikes, I will laugh at you. Yeah, I enjoy mocking the godless. Why don't you come over to the fucking winning side?
But see, this goes back to the point I'm saying. When you present yourself to be a certain way, be that way. If you're not going to be that way, then expect the backlash. It's not that hard. If you're going to be a content creator, you're going to make fun of frauditors who have misdemeanor charge. Don't have open felonies. It's not a hard thing to ask for. Don't owe tens of thousands of dollars and only admit it when you're called out. It's not hard. That's my rant.
For the record, I've never even so much as had a speeding ticket, so good luck finding anything on me. Never been arrested, never been cautioned.
Meanwhile, you fucks are sitting with a guy who admits he was arrested for a crime, convicted of the crime, and then says he was later exonerated when a cop came along and told the truth. He's never proved that. And you're sitting there talking that shit, and that fucking criminal is right there with you.
Nothing like that. So
I'm as clean as an altar boy.
You're from Florida. I hardly believe that.
I had to prove that from my last job as well. We have little things called enhanced disclosures, which come up
just
with
a jackass on the internet, so...
I'm just an arsehole. I have never denied it. I have never made any claims not to be.
But I think for us, fans, the audience, I think what becomes upsetting is when you present something to be authentic and then it turns out
Jim.
not to be authentic.
No, I agree with that.
Yeah, the problem is when you present something to be authentic and it turns out you're not authentic. Dan had to wipe his buddy's brains off his uniform. He refuses to authenticate that story, dipshit. Dan's friend in Kosovo, because of bad orders, almost started World War III. Authenticate that, dipshit. Dan was arrested, convicted, and his conviction was overturned. Authenticate that. Dan met Schrodinger's cat while he was stationed in Norfolk. Authenticate that. You said you had a picture. Show the fucking picture. You don't authenticate shit, Dan. You can't even tell a coherent, sensible account of what went down. I can. That's the difference between a guy who's had the actual experience and a guy who's telling someone else's story or making shit up as they go.
And then the infighting amongst fans, I don't really quite understand. It's not complicated. The guy has 5 open felonies. I don't understand what the disconnect is.
Disconnect from what you.
Well, we still get comments on the Wrangler videos and stuff about how we made it all up and none of it's true.
Oh, right.
We're still getting those today.
And it's all in
Really?
the past.
Yeah.
Oh, it's all in the past.
He literally admitted everything. I mean, with he did deny the murder allegation and he did deny the stolen valor allegation, as I pointed out earlier.
The ones we never made.
You never made those allegations. You know it, and that's the problem with the Chinese whispers that have been going on. It was the same thing with everything else that's been covered up to now.
Mark, you little fucking swell-headed genetic defect. You're the one doing the Chinese whisper. Get it?
You know, people in the community and people watching these things, especially on the other side, are just making it up as they go along and passing it on as if you've said something that you haven't said, and I've said things I haven't said, and Witch has said things that she hasn't said, and it's bloody ridiculous. You know?
Or something that I did say that was completely twisted and made into something completely different than what I had originally said.
Or in Coded's case, he just makes it up as he goes along, and everybody hangs on his every fucking
that's
word.
the thing.
I'm such a good fucking fable spinner like you, Mark, that I just make it up as I go along. There's a lot more detail in my fucking accounts of my past than there is, Mark, in yours, Witch's, and Dan's combined. Did you, in this broadcast, Dad, or Mark, claim to be a pilot? Or were you the guy that drove the fucking truck that pulls the fucking airplane out of the slips for maintenance or whatever? Is that what you meant when you said you move the planes? Because the normal person hearing that would think you were flying them. Chinese whisper. You big swole-headed genetic defect. Oh, Shiz is back.
We don't
Even
have
people that know
to
us.
pick sides.
Well, excuse me,
This
Mr.
whole
Coded.
conversation here.
Yes, Shiz, I'm trying to get through this video. It's not happening. Go
Well, I
ahead.
had a question. They just made a claim. Welsh just said to this day they're getting comments that say that they lied about Wrangler and all this other stuff. Could you check on the video about Wrangler and see when the last comment was that stated that, just for transparency?
Dan is saying they're getting it, so I would assume he's claiming
On his
that.
no, he said on his video about Wrangler, he's getting comments to this day, and he said that he
okay.
claimed he got one today. That was what, a couple days ago. I just want to see if that is accurate.
You know what the name? Oh, I know. It's got the little guy in the prison uniform. The snooze is snooze. Hey, was that was a video, right? That was a pre-produce.
Yeah, I think so. I think if you just type in Welsh
Will
news and
the
then
real?
Wrangler,
I got it. Will the real fraudit Wrangler please stand up? apparently sort by newest first. 6 days ago. And it says the dude had the temerity to release a video just today where he's tutting at LIA's own criminal record. Powerful hypocrisy. So
Well, wait, when was this live stream? Because when I sort to newest, the last one I'm seeing is from the 6th. Or from 6 days ago.
Yeah, that was
I'm not
Greg.
seeing any saying that it's a lie.
Right.
But he just said, did he just lie?
He
oh
may.
my goodness.
He might have lied, Shiz. But that's all right. Tonight, when he covers it, he'll say that he didn't say it that way. And that he was talking about emails that he gets, because there's no way you can verify that.
I'm back
See,
to
Dan?
comments from 2 weeks ago, and none of them are saying that it's not true.
I don't think any of those say that it's not true. I don't think
I haven't
any of
found
the
one
fucking
yet.
comments do. I hope I didn't scare Frog away.
He had to go walk around his mansion.
Exactly. He's got a pretty nice spot, man.
Hell yeah.
I like his house. It looked good. Well kept. Not run down. I didn't see any door handles that were industrial grade. I didn't see any doors on the inside of the home with automatic door closers on it, which is required for multi-occupancy facilities in London or in England, United Kingdom, wherever the fuck that retard is.
This whole discussion here, this isn't us saying don't support him, don't go to his channel, don't talk to him. Like, no, you support whoever you want to support. Like, that's fine. I'm not going to say, like, don't go over there. This is just our opinion. You guys are absolutely entitled to your own, and we're not going to judge you for it. Now, there's a difference between having an opinion on someone and making false accusations about.
Just like there's a difference between having an opinion and knowing the truth, right? There's a full spectrum there. You always leave out the end, the positive end of the spectrum, knowing the truth. Opinion in the middle, knowing the truth. You always leave the pursuit of truth out.
Someone. Like, your opinion on me saying, like, oh, well, in my opinion, Witch is just a grifter who is committing insurance fraud. That is, no.
It's my opinion. My opinion is you're a fucking grifter, and any little tragedy you turn into a boo-hoo, woe is me, hold the fucking hat out, give me money. You're running the fucking ticker in the fucking crawl underneath this. Give you money. You don't see that. You don't see me asking for money anywhere, because I earned my money. I have money. I don't need anyone else's money. You, Mark, and Dan seem to be reliant on a stream of other people's money.
That's not what we're talking about. Like, your opinion is not based on false accusations.
Oh, yeah, there was the whole thing about openly threatening to dox mods was a bit extreme.
That was crazy.
Once again, I never threatened to dox anyone. I clearly said Dan will never pull a clip or prove anything he says. Another fucking lie, Dan. I said, because of the treatment you gave to Frauditor Wrangler, I said you better hope that you and your panel don't have skeletons in their closets, because I will expose those skeletons. And then I went a step further, because I realized you have a whole lot of fucking moderators that facilitate your lie telling and facilitate silencing voices that would counter your lies. So I made it fucking clear. Your moderators better hope they don't have fucking skeletons in their closets.
that.
Yeah,
crazy.
good luck with that.
Yeah, seriously. Good fucking luck. I've already been doxxed. Well, my name has anyway. So,
Wait,
And
well,
you're not going to
which
find
part?
my information anyway.
I agree with Witch. I've done it. I did it on the end of the Wrangler one. Here's information. Do what you like with it. You do you. I don't care.
Yeah.
You now have.
Obviously, you care because you spent all that time putting together a less than truthful account and afterwards saying that because Wrangler has lied, that nothing is believable, including his awarding of a Purple Heart. Nothing is believable until you've seen concrete proof. And in saying that, you did accuse him of stolen valor. And you, Dan, won't provide anything that's concrete in proving or authenticating your fucking stories, which are just fucking stories.
All the information I have, make your own decision. I don't care.
and we're talking about stuff that has been said or that has happened. Or not like, let me see how I can word this correctly.
Let me word it for you, witch of stupid. The only thing I'm talking about with Dan is shit that Dan said about Dan. That's the part you don't fucking get. I'm not attacking Dan, but if you want to say I'm attacking his credibility, I am fucking attacking his credibility because of the FBI contact bullshit and because of the Blecka saying that she had her friend got Chili's dog from a humane shelter. That's a wide range of shit you're willing to fucking lie about. You two fucking pathetic, weaselly, fucking money-hungry shitbags.
Like, okay, yes, right now, I'm going to admit, right now, I have no home of my own. I don't. For good reason. The fact that my home was pretty much burned down. So, I work in...
The reason which you don't have a home of your own is because you never had a home of your own. The house you live in belongs to, in one story, you tell your mother. In another story, you tell your aunt. You full of shit. You don't have a home because you never had a home.
And I work at a place where I don't work during the summer. Doesn't mean I'm a fucking grocery bagger. Okay? Shit like that. That's what I'm talking about.
And it certainly doesn't mean some of the other things that.
Also, I've got an issue with that, though. So what if you were a grocery bagger?
True.
What? Because of someone's job, we're supposed.
You were just cracking on me for being a fucking valet, you dipshit motherfucker. You see how quick you do this shit? You were just cracking on me for, I'm only a valet. Now you're saying, who gives a shit if you're just a grocery bagger? Because when it was about me, it was okay to belittle it. But when it's about Witch, then you should have pride no matter what you do, even if you're a grocery bagger. No, at Witch's age, she should not be fucking proud of that at all. If you were special needs, be proud. If you're a 30-something-year-old female who's washed out of multiple jobs, being a grocery bagger, not something to be proud of.
Supposed to look down on them? Because
Oh, yeah, of course.
a grocery bagger, we're supposed to think less of you?
Yeah, basically.
What the fuck?
Didn't you just mock me for being a valet and a farmer and start all this shit about bullshit and shoveling shit? You fucking hypocrite. See how quick you flip? You fucking hypocrite. You can't even remember what you said 20 minutes ago.
No, that's not how life works.
Yeah.
It's how you were trying to make it work 20 minutes ago, you dipshit.
Judy, you wanted to dox all of Dan's mods.
What?
I was just
Oh,
answering
yeah,
a question
yeah.
in the chat. in the chat.
Oh.
Coded wanted to
said
dox
that
all of them.
doxing
Coded said he wanted
mods.
to do that.
Coded wanted to dox mods, and it was in Dan's chat. He was going to He was going to dox everybody on the panel and anyone who was a mod, and I think members, didn't he not? Or maybe.
Phil, you pathetic little fucking liar. Oh, you better hope we never cross paths in the fucking street, dude. Oh, you're going to be 2 octaves higher if I fucking run across you ever.
Be my
It does.
Adding that bit on.
That's
Yeah,
no, I
just
don't
like
panel
find
fighting
them
members
my
and
just
mods.
Just mods.
Yeah, at least panel members and mods. I mean, think
Um,
about that for a second, right? A
Why
channel
people
creator
insist
wants to
on
go
trying to
after
invoke
ordinary
heads?
people. I'm sorry, Dan. What? I missed it.
It's all right. But it's Sorcia's comment about people going over to hedges and fighting and all the rest of it.
That's stupid.
Really? It's
Like-
pathetic.
Oh,
Coded, you're on.
look
Oh,
who's
there you are.
here.
Coded.
Hi.
Dun, dun, dun. I'll give you a little bit, and then we're going to hold the rest till tomorrow. Cliffhanger.
There
StreamYard
is
link is up.
fucking
Welcome.
live recordings of you doing it.
Come on up.
Your
Hit the
own
link.
voice.
So I put in the chat, I never said I would dox anyone. You lie. Dan said there's live recordings of me saying I will dox people. Let me make it clear to you, Dan. This is what I said. If you or your panel members have skeletons in their closets, I would be more than happy to expose them because of what you did to Frauditor Wrangler. And then I said, expanding it, I would do it to anyone who holds a blue wrench on your fucking stream because you have a little network of people who shut down counter arguments and truth telling. Because you're a scared little fucking rabbit, Dan. Come to the U.S., Dan. Come to the fucking U.S. And you better hope I don't find out where the fuck you are. Come to the U.S., Danny boy. Frog, you're added to the stream. Unmute if you want. I'm getting ready to wrap up here. Any final words if you want to give them?
I apologize for dropping suddenly. You killed my phone.
Oh, that's all right. Sorry about that. So we are now at the end. I'm going to pick this up, my appearance at the program tomorrow.
I saw in chat something about Mark being a pilot.
He said he moved planes. It sounded like he was claiming to be a pilot, but he could have been Air Force ground crew and just, I don't know what the car's called.
I can see some possible truth in what he said there, especially if he was medically retired at 21 or something. Someone said he blew his knee or something. I saw in the chat as well.
I wonder if he's one of those guys that wounded himself.
I have no idea. I mean, it doesn't particularly interest me, but I don't see lie. What I see is someone who has become a bum in life.
Yeah. Unmotivated.
Yeah. Who's got this fantasy of a relationship with this woman in America, and if the two ever met in person, they're not going to be together for very long, if at all.
I doubt they're ever going to meet. I have direct messages from Witch of the E-Bag saying that her relationship with Mark is a joke. And referring to him as, have you never heard of your... Oh, I'm like, well, I don't think he thinks your relationship is a joke. He refers to you as his wife. He calls you wifey. I think he might be a little more serious about the relationship than you seem to be. And she goes, oh, that's a joke. Haven't you ever heard of a work husband or a work wife? I'm like, yeah, man, you probably want to clear that up with Mark because I don't think he thinks of you that way.
I don't think he's got another woman.
No, he absolutely doesn't.
I don't think he's got a real physical woman.
No.
He might have a silicone or blow up one.
I would go as far as to say that Chili has probably gotten laid in the more recent past than Mark.
Yeah, quite probably.
Yeah, he's a fucking weird dude. All right, man. I tried to keep this at 2 hours. Fucking 5 hours.
5 hours.
Yeah. I gotta go. I'll be around tomorrow. We'll pick this up.
It's been a pleasure. Cheers.
Hey, Frog, thank you, man. You added a solid hour and a half to the length of this.
I know. I'm sorry about that.
It's all right. Don't apologize.
I'm a cunt like that. Sorry.
Happy to have you here, bro. Your input is valuable. You pointed out some shit that I would have let roll right by me.
Well, I did like the Third World War. That one is particularly intriguing.
Oh yeah, that's beautiful. I mean, that's a fucking cherry on top of the.
And they all sat there. They all sat there as though they hadn't even heard him.
Right. I would have been
none of them said a word.
Right. I would have been
And
like
that's-
World War III. You gotta fucking tell that story.
And that's where I worry about this lawyer. You know, lawyers are meant to have questioning brains.
Right. They're supposed to listen and question what the opposition is saying.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Anyway, you need to go.
Yeah.
Go and do your lowly job of valet.
Yeah, there you
And
go.
I thought exactly the same when he down, you know, he was downing you and then complaining about you.
And then
Downing,
building Witch up for being a grocery bagger.
Yeah.
Just for the record, we had a 5-hour stream today because I have taken 6 weeks off from work. Actually, I tendered my resignation, which I think is morphing somehow into a paid vacation. So I might be going back to work when I get back. I did actually tender my resignation. So, but apparently I'm getting paid till I return from vacation. Then I'll figure out whether I want to continue working or not. Having had this time off, my boss knows me. I'm already a little bit bored and would like to go back to work. So we'll see.
All right.
All right, Frog.
Cheers.
Have a good
Cheers,
night, bro.
Cody. Yeah, and you. Yeah, bye.
Later. Diamond Girl on the way out. Seals and Croft on the way in. Summer Breeze. Diamond Girl on the way out. You know, because, hey, look, we got quite a few Diamond Girls in our side chat. So let's celebrate the lovelies today. Have a great day, guys. I'll see you tomorrow.
Diamond girl, you sure do shine. Glad I found you. Glad you're mine. Oh my love, you're like a precious stone. Part of earth, where heaven is rained on. Makes no difference where you are, day or night time. You're like a shining star. How could I shine without you? And it's about you that I am. Whoa, 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 whoa. never find another one like you. Part of me is deep down inside you. Can't you feel the whole world is turning? We are real and we are burning. Hey, diamond girl, now that I found you, well, it's around you that I am. Whoa, whoa.
That's it. Diamond Girl sure do shine. Speaking of shining, I forgot to mention during the broadcast, Writes On, madly saucing the crust today, wearing his headphones, listening in. Writes On earlier today put out another short, concise, accurate breakdown on the foolishness over at the Welsh News Network. Now that we're done, head on over and catch a quick one from Writes On. You'll get a chuckle and you'll be able to see the lies. Maybe I'll start off tomorrow playing that. Writes On, last comment, says hello. Oop, that's not Writes On. Yeah, it is. Says hello and good night all. All right, kids, later on. Das vidanya.